Chapter 440. The establishment of the embroidered uniform guard gave Sulen more sources of information. With the development of time, the embroidered uniform guard would continue to grow. One day, his eyes and ears would be spread throughout several countries. North Town, Wizard Tower. Hathaway was studying the information obtained from Sulen and the Emerald Tower. It was very important knowledge. In fact, the various knowledge of a wizard was systematic. Many of the knowledge were related. Only by breaking through the prerequisites could one study deeper knowledge. Since the arcane empire, many advanced knowledge could be said to be the product of many knowledge. At this time, it was no longer just the knowledge of one discipline. It required the joint research of many disciplines. Even those magical creations were the same. Take the Wizard Tower for example. In order to build a wizard tower, one needed to know more than 100 types of knowledge, from rune engraving, mana transmission, space shaping, soul weaving, and so on. As for the more powerful floating city, it involved more than hundreds of knowledge. The Mageweth inscription technology that Sulen obtained belonged to the prerequisites among the advanced knowledge. Only by learning it could one study more difficult knowledge. Take the Mageweth particle cannon for example. If one didn't know the Mageweth technology, they couldn't make it. For example, the principle and making of riddles. This book described the making method and theoretical basis of riddles. However, riddles were made up of many Mageweths. Mageweths were only the foundation. Knowing the Mageweth inscription didn't mean that one knew the riddles. However, if one didn't know the Mageweth, they couldn't learn the riddles. The book, Riddles, included many technologies such as the Mageweth technology, spell sequences, energy transmission technology, and so on. After obtaining the Mageweth particle cannon technology from the Emerald Tower, Hathaway began to study this weapon. In fact, many of the technologies needed for the Mageweth particle cannon were already available in North Town. After obtaining the key technology, the Mageweth energy conversion technology, they could already try to make this weapon. The Mageweth particle cannon was different from what many people imagined. It was not the kind of cannon barrel that was filled with elemental energy and fired like a cannon. In fact, the Mageweth particle cannon was more like a lightning rod. It was about 2 to 3 meters tall and was usually built at the top of a wizard's tower. At the top of the cannon was a round ball, which was where the destructive magic energy particle beam was fired. Although it looked simple, the technology involved was very advanced. Ordinary Mageweth inscriptions wouldn't work. This kind of weapon wasn't large in size, so it required technology similar to micro-engraving. The runes on it had to be accurate to the micron level. The core of the mana particle railgun required mithril, adamantine, and other materials to release a large amount of mana in a short period of time. The material requirements were very high, so it needed adamantine. At the same time, some astral sand had to be added to create a carrier that could withstand the explosive release of energy. In addition to these core components, most of the ordinary components of the particle cannon also required a large amount of precious materials. The amount of materials and energy required to build such a weapon was also astronomical. Luckily, the northern town city had all the most valuable materials. Sulen was very glad that he discovered the underground world and took control of it. It could provide him with a large amount of precious metals and materials. The underground world had more minerals and gems than the surface world. Adamantine, mithril, and orichalcum. Although the production of these metals was very low, after such a long time of accumulation, it was enough to make a Mageweth particle cannon. Making this kind of complicated magic tool required everyone to work together. Other than Alex, Karina, Wizard Andre, and Wizard Lorraine, even Sulen was asked by Hathaway to help with the production. Some of the ordinary components that were easy to make were assigned to everyone. Hathaway was responsible for the most important and core components. Even some of the most basic components were given to the magic apprentices in the North Wind Tower to make. Making a Mageweth particle cannon required thousands of different components. Although Sulen and the others were only responsible for some of the more common components, it still took them about a week to make it. The core component of the Mageweth particle cannon that Hathaway was making was even more difficult. She knew how to make it, and she had all the necessary materials. Even Hathaway had to be very careful when making it. A week later, in the astrology station. As Hathaway took out a sealed core component of the Mageweth particle cannon, the eyes of the other spellcasters on the scene lit up. Their eyes were fixed on the silver-white component with golden patterns. This is the core component of the Mageweth particle cannon? Yes. Hathaway nodded slightly and said, this core component can convert elemental energy into powerful particle beams. As she spoke, she picked up the core component and began to assemble the Mageweth particle cannon. Hathaway, who already had a card up her sleeve, assembled the various components very quickly. She smoothly assembled them all. Half an hour later, a 3-meter-tall silver-white object that looked like a lightning rod appeared in front of everyone. This is the Mageweth particle cannon. Sulen excitedly reached out his hand. He wanted to touch it, but he seemed to be afraid of damaging it. Yes. Hathaway also said excitedly, touch it. It's not that fragile. It won't be damaged. The Mageweth particle cannon that we're making now is a first-generation product. As far as I know, in the era of the Arcane Empire, the Mageweth particle cannon installed in the Wizard Tower was already a third-generation or even fourth-generation product. There were even other magic weapons. A first-generation product is a first-generation product. We'll make rapid progress in a while and strive to catch up with the technology of the Arcane Empire. Sulen said as he stroked the Mageweth particle cannon. His expression was as if he was stroking a peerless beauty. Since it's done, do you want to test it? Alex asked as he looked at the Mageweth particle cannon in front of him. Of course, we have to test it. Otherwise, how do we know if it works? Hathaway said directly. Then everyone began to get busy. The Mageweth particle cannon needed to be installed at the top of the Wizard Tower. At the same time, it needed the cooperation of the tower spirit to control it. The others also needed to rebuild the energy channel. The energy channel connecting the elemental pool of the Wizard Tower and the Mageweth particle cannon needed to be specially reinforced. This channel needed to pass through a large amount of elemental energy quickly in a short period of time. Once there was a problem, the energy leakage would be a very serious accident. Finally, after these things were built, they needed to be connected to the tower spirit, Milky Way, so that Milky Way could control this killing machine. Check all the links and see if there are any problems. Sulen emphasized again. There's no problem here. Alex said after checking again. There's no problem here. Soon, everyone finished the last check. Since there's no problem, start connecting to the tower spirit, Milky Way, Hathaway said. Sulen nodded and said, yes. Milky Way is starting to shut down. Hathaway ordered. Shutting down. Elemental pool energy shut down. Energy channel is starting to close. Rebooting, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Soon, the entire astrology platform gradually dimmed down. The energy supply was at a minimum. Rebooting. With a flash of light, the tower spirit, Milky Way, was rebooted. Energy channel opened. Checking energy network. Energy network normal. Connecting to the laboratory. Connecting to the ecological garden. Ding. New component found. Connecting successful, activation complete. Master, Tower Spirit, Milky Way is at your service. Milky Way, check the Mageweth particle cannon. Sulen ordered. Establishing mission, Mageweth particle cannon self-check beginning. 1%, 2%. 98%, 99%, 100% self-check completed. Mageweth particle cannon self-check. After hearing Milky Way's voice, everyone was secretly relieved. Hathaway and Sulen looked at each other. Sulen nodded at her. Hathaway took a deep breath and continued, Milky Way, start charging the Mageweth particle cannon. Understood. Connecting to the energy channel. Connecting to the energy channel. Begin charging. With a large amount of elemental energy, the Mageweth particle cannon began to emit waves of energy. The waves of energy began to gather quickly. Soon, a terrifying wave of energy appeared on the ball at the top of the Mageweth particle cannon. Even Sulen felt his heart palpitate when he sensed the energy. The energy was too strong. According to the level of the spell, it had exceeded the level of a legendary spell. Its power was at the level of an 11th circle spell. Where should we hit? Hathaway asked. Sulen was also hesitant. Once such a powerful attack was launched, the damage caused would be very shocking. It would not be a problem to directly destroy a small town. This was also because the attack area of the magic energy particle beam was small. Its main lethality was the effect of penetration and annihilation. With such a shot, everything in its path would be turned into nothingness. Sulen thought for a while and said, "Let's forget about it. Once this thing is launched, it will cause a huge commotion. Although Northern Town is remote, there are many spies here. Once it is launched, they will know and be prepared. If we don't launch it, we can still catch them by surprise." "That's good. I just checked it. All the energy nodes are operating normally. It can be launched." Hathaway nodded in agreement. The weakness of the first-generation Mageweth particle cannon is that it consumes a lot of energy and is relatively weak. It needs a while to recharge the energy. Chapter 441. Mana Particle Railgun, First Generation Advanced Magic Construct, Advanced Magic Creation. It is a powerful weapon made from adamantine, mithril, orichalcum, astral dust, high-purity magic gemstones, and many other rare materials. It has the power to destroy the world. Power plus 30, energy attack plus 25, penetration plus 25, rapid firing plus 10, durability plus 25, range plus 30. Note, you have been targeted by me. Run for your life, little mushroom. Note 2, eat my cannon. After making the Mana Particle Rail Cannon, Sulen returned to Sanfilto City. After all, there were still many things to do in the Kingdom of Florence. Phyllis was only a princess before. Dealing with government affairs was not her strong suit. She was barely qualified during this period of time. The morning light shone down. Her towering breasts bathed in the morning light and emitted a hazy glow. Her white skin was as smooth as jade. Sulen woke up from his sleep. After returning to Sanfilto City last night, he had a big battle with Phyllis. Naturally, Phyllis, who had awakened the Red Dragon bloodline, lost miserably. Even Alex, who came to play with her, could not escape. Sulen got out of bed refreshed. He put on his clothes with the help of the maids. After a simple wash, he began to deal with government affairs. Phyllis and Alex slept until the sun was high in the sky. "The weather is great." Phyllis stretched her body lazily. "Don't be in a daze. Go eat something first." Alex beside her had already gotten out of bed. "No, I still want to sleep." Phyllis plunged into Alex's broad chest and rubbed back and forth. If Sulen saw it, they would not be able to get out of bed today. "Okay, get dressed quickly and eat. Then we'll go out for a walk. I haven't been to Sanfilto City yet." Alex stretched out his hands and rubbed Phyllis's face. Phyllis had to get out of bed unhappily and go out with Alex. Naturally, the two of them couldn't go out like this. After Alex used a camouflage skill, the two of them instantly turned into ordinary people. Phyllis had always lived in the palace and rarely came to the outside world. Alex used to live in the underground world. Although he was more than 200 years old, he had never had any contact with other people. His thinking was not much better than Phyllis's. Therefore, the two of them were very interested in going out shopping. Phyllis and Alex were like ordinary people going out to buy groceries. They each carried a small basket and a wallet, and then quickly ran out of the palace through the back door. Sulen had set a very high standard for their living standards. Every month, they would receive a large monthly profit, so both of them were rich women. Sullen's women rarely went out. The one who went out the most was the little succubus Chris, while Hathaway was a total homebody. I'll be back soon. The old lady stopped after arriving at the town. Okay, hurry up, Alex said as he looked around the town. The old lady nodded, then turned around and left. She first bought some food from the surrounding stalls, then in the blink of an eye, she circled around to an inconspicuous shop. Inside the shop, two ordinary-looking men immediately walked out of the shop after she came in, and at the same time, they closed the door. The old lady did not stop. She went straight to the back of the shop and then came to a room. She pushed the door open and walked in. Oh, it's Memmy. What good stuff have you brought me today? A big man in his 50s was lying on a rocking chair in the room. This man should have been a strong warrior when he was young. Although he was already in his 50s, his muscles were strong and did not decline at all. When he saw the old lady enter the room, he immediately greeted her enthusiastically. All right, Zach, let your men take action. Those two little girls should be young and foolish. Most likely, they are from noble families. They think that they can hide with camouflage, but they can't fool this old woman's eyes. Although I can't see their true appearance, they are definitely the best of the best. The old woman laughed mischievously. She didn't look as old as before. Really? Hearing the old lady's words, the middle-aged man immediately took it seriously. Have I, this old woman, ever made a mistake? The old lady sat down on a chair and grabbed a teacup. She poured a cup of water and then gulped it down. I'll send people over right away. Phyllis and Alex were strolling around a stall. At this time, Phyllis suddenly felt that they were being followed. She looked back and saw two unfamiliar men not far from them. Phyllis did not do anything else. She pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to stroll around with Alex. At the same time, she quietly told Alex about it. Alex nodded and did not say anything. The two were very confident in their strength. Alex was now a great mage. Phyllis's strength had also increased rapidly after awakening her dragon bloodline. She was now a rank 3 dragon bloodline warlock. The two of them calmly walked out of the town. The two men followed closely behind them. Not long after, more people followed them. Soon, the two left the town. However, Phyllis and Hathaway did not immediately escape. Instead, they continued to stroll leisurely. After leaving the town, the stalkers quickly disappeared. Sister Alex, what should we do now? Phyllis whispered. Wait and see. Who are these people? Alex said. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the cold wind, there was a slight sound of leaves rustling. The originally careless Alex's ears suddenly twitched. She reached out and grabbed Phyllis. She carefully whispered in her ear, "Be careful. Someone is coming." Lurkers. Harpies had far better hearing than humans. As their queen, Alex was even more powerful. Her hearing was several times better than humans. She also had night vision and the ability to fly. She had a very sharp intuition about danger. Her pointed ears twitched slightly. She lowered her voice and said, "On the right. They are getting closer and closer." Got it. Phyllis's perception was not inferior. She also sensed the traces of the lurkers. Wait for them to get closer. Okay. Wind blade array. After those lurkers entered his area, Alex immediately cast a spell. Light green wind blades appeared in an instant, then quickly flew towards those lurkers. We've been discovered. Hurry up and get rid of them. Seeing that they had been discovered, these people did not have the slightest intention to escape and continued to rush forward. Wind blades flew towards them, but they didn't care about those wind blades at all. They only glanced at Alex, and the result was that they suffered a big loss. Chapter 442. As the queen of the winged people, Alex was the spirit of the wind. Her wind elemental spells were much more powerful and faster than the spells of other wizards. A few warriors rushed forward with their weapons, but they were surrounded by a dozen wind blades after just a few steps. The wind blades drew beautiful arcs in the air and attacked these people from unbelievable angles. The warrior at the very front immediately erupted with his life force, wanting to shatter the wind blade with his sword. However, the wind blade instantly dodged his attack in front of his shocked eyes, then quickly flew past his neck, causing blood to spurt out. The warrior covered his neck with both hands and knelt on the ground in pain. "Spread out!" A warrior who seemed to be the leader yelled. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. Alex was one of the weakest in northern Battlefront City. She wasn't even in the top 3. Hathaway was a legendary wizard who could defeat anyone below Sulen. The little succubus Chris was not strong in direct combat, but her charm was too much of a cheat. Not many enemies below legendary could resist her charm. Next were Boulder and Johnson. After the two of them had activated Avatar, their strength was close to that of a legendary. Phyllis was the weakest. Although she had become a dragon disciple, she was still far behind in terms of combat experience and other aspects. Just as the enemies were about to dodge, the wind blades were already in front of them. Under Alex's control, dozens of wind blades flew past these people's throats and joints like they were his arms. Blood splattered everywhere, and the enemies were all killed in an instant. "Hey, you should have left one alive." Phyllis quickly reminded Alex when she saw how clean the enemies were, but she was still a step too late. The last enemy was also cut into pieces by her wind blades. They're all dead. What should I do?" Alex was a bit embarrassed. "Forget it. They're all dead. Why don't we just capture that old woman?" Seeing that all the attackers were dead, Phyllis could only place her hope on that old woman. "These guys are so poor." While Phyllis was still thinking about catching the old woman, Alex had already run over to clean up the battlefield. Although Alex was the queen of the winged men, the Harpies did not know how to make any tools other than plundering in the underworld. Therefore, she was very familiar with cleaning up the battlefield. When Sulen subdued the Harpies, they had collected a lot of junk in their nest. Alex squatted down and began to search the corpses. He wasn't uncomfortable with the smell of blood. In comparison, Phyllis was much worse. Although she was quite strong, she hadn't even killed a chicken before. Suddenly facing a ground full of corpses, she couldn't get used to it. These people are so poor. He didn't have a single magic item on him. There's not even a single piece of beautiful gemstone. Just these scrap metal. There are still some silver coins here, but they don't even add up to a kinnar. How dare you rob me when you're so poor? If these people hadn't died, they would have been angered to death by Alex's words. If they had money, who would dare to rob them? "Alex, don't care about the junk. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, the old woman will definitely run away when she hears the news," Phyllis urged. Although they were now outside the town and the surroundings were a little desolate, if someone saw them, the news would be easily leaked. "Don't worry, she won't be able to run away." Alex collected a dozen silver coins. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. She was a diligent and thrifty queen. With a snap of her fingers, a flash of light appeared. Tracking spell. A magic light converged into a small arrow, pointing at the town not far away. The two immediately followed the arrow's direction and chased after it. At the same time, in a house in the town, the old woman who led Alex and Phyllis here was having a meal with a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly asked, "It's been so long. Did Greyhound and the others succeed?" "Boss, Greyhound and the others haven't returned yet," a person behind him replied. "Why are they so slow? Don't tell me they want to enjoy themselves first. These two are the best. If the price is low because of this, I will skin them alive," the scar-faced man said coldly. "Don't worry, boss, Greyhound and the others know what to do." The two women noticed something was wrong, so they ran out of the town in advance. Calculating the time, they should be back soon. The person behind him quickly said. No, the situation is not good. At this time, the old woman suddenly said. Even if they went out of town to catch them, they should have sent someone back to inform us. There is no news for so long, it is very likely that something happened. Something happened? The scar-faced man's face suddenly changed. He directly stood up and said, Not good, let's evacuate first. When the people around heard this, they immediately began to move. Bang! A loud sound came, the earth shook, and the whole house began to collapse in an instant. The faces of the people in the room changed greatly, and they all wanted to rush out of the house. A shockwave swept out, and the people who had just rushed out were directly sent flying far away, and then fell to the ground heavily, unconscious. Some of the lucky ones managed to avoid the collapsing houses and the shockwave, but before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, they were directly greeted by Alex's wind blades. How could these people be Alex's opponent? In just 2 breaths of time, they were all dealt with by him. Check to see if there are any fish that escaped the net, and then inform the city guards to come and catch them. Alex said. After checking that there was no one else around, the two began to split up. Phyllis returned to San Filto City to call for people, and Alex stayed to watch and see if there were any other clues. Phyllis's speed was very fast. Half an hour later, 2 teams of city guards rushed over and caught these people, including the old woman, all of them. Alex also found a hidden basement under these houses, and found a few girls who had been captured in the basement. After searching a few times and finding no other clues, Alex and Phyllis brought people back to San Filto City, leaving only a few city guards here to deal with the aftermath. San Filto City, prison. Sulan had a relaxed expression as he drank tea, looking at the officials who were reluctantly entering the prison to be re-educated. This prison was like thunder to the ears of these officials, and none of them were afraid of it. After a period of training, each of them became serious and responsible. At this moment, a soldier hurried over. After a while, he came to Sullen's ear and reported something in a low voice, and Sullen's expression slowly became unsightly. After the soldier finished his report, he directly got up and left, turning around and walking towards the palace. Is it these people? Sulan looked at the group of tied-up people in front of him and said. These people weren't strong, and the strongest one was only a rank 2 warrior. This kind of strength was basically on the same level as the gangs in the slums. Is there anyone else behind them? We have already interrogated them just now. They used various methods such as kidnapping, and kidnapping to secretly capture many girls. These people originally started out as human traffickers, and used to be slave leaders. There is indeed someone behind them, and that person is their client. All the girls they abducted were sold to this client. Sullen's expression turned gloomy. It seemed that there really were people who weren't afraid of death, and there were actually people who were playing tricks in front of him. Who is the buyer behind them? I heard from him that it was a noble. Alex pointed at the leader of this group of people. At this moment, the scarred leader looked a little miserable. There were many wounds on his body from whips, and his forearms were bent in a strange direction. His legs were also dripping with blood. However, his eyes looked a little dull, and his mind was probably controlled by Alex. It seems that this group of nobles still don't learn from their mistakes. Sulan wasn't surprised by this result, and he knew very well what nobles were like. But why did that noble capture so many girls? Sulan asked curiously. I don't know. Alex shrugged and said. But I heard from him that those people have a hideous tattoo on their body. It looks like a crab, but also like an octopus, Alex said. Sulan raised his eyebrows. He didn't know what it was either. Oh right, you can let him draw it. Alex suddenly said, and then he controlled the scarred leader to draw on the ground. After about 5 minutes, a very abstract drawing appeared in front of Sulan. In the drawing, the creature's body was like an oval brain, and there were a few eyes on the brain. At the same time, there were many twisted tentacles on the brain, and a mouth full of sharp teeth opened under the eyes, revealing ferocious fangs. Below the brain, there were 10 sharp and long legs evenly distributed on both sides of the body to support its weight. It looked terrifying and hideous, and made people shudder. Although the drawing was very abstract, Su-Len still recognized that it was a brain hunter. How could it be this thing? After recognizing that the drawing was a brain hunter, Su-Len's face was full of shock and uncertainty. Brain hunters were very dangerous creatures in the Wizard's Monster Guide. These monsters, like their name, loved to eat the brains of humanoid creatures or humans. They were born with a kind of psychic ability, and could directly suck out the brains of humanoid creatures or humans through subspace. These monsters also had another name, and it was called Brain Juice Collector. Their favorite brain was the brain of spellcasters, and they were the public enemy of mages. P.S. It's the end of the month, please vote. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 443. Brain hunters are difficult to deal with. Their bodies aren't corporeal. Although you can see them, they aren't completely in our dimension. Part of them is still in the dimension. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against them. Even if it is a magical weapon, they have a 50% chance of being immune to the damage. Moreover, these monsters have the talent of Anywhere Door. Although their bodies are bloated, they can teleport at will with the ability of Anywhere Door. The most troublesome thing was its brain-sucking ability. As long as you were within its line of sight, it could perform a brain-sucking attack on you. Once the attack failed, your brain would be sucked away by it. It really ate your brain. Even if you pass the judgment, you will be stunned once. This thing likes to eat brains, but what does that have to do with capturing those girls? Su-Len was also confused. Do you know where these people are? Su-Len asked. Yes, they are in a noble's territory near Senfilto City, Alex said. Lock them up first, Su-Len said and left. It was not easy to deal with a monster like the brain hunters. In a sense, this thing was not weaker than the abominations. He needed to discuss with Hathaway before taking action. North Town City, North Wind Tower, Astrology Platform. Are you talking about the brain hunters? Hathaway looked at Su-Len in surprise. I'm not sure yet. The human traffickers I captured saw a tattoo similar to the brain hunters on their bodies, Su-Len said. The brain hunter's tattoo. It seems that there is a high chance that it is real. Hathaway said. Ordinary people would not know what this monster looked like. Now that there was a tattoo on their bodies, there was a high chance that they had seen this monster. However, there seemed to be something wrong with seeing this monster and coming back alive. According to the brain hunters' habits, they would not let go of human brains. Brain hunters are very difficult to kill. Normal attacks are ineffective against them. Moreover, they have the ability to teleport. We must restrict their ability to teleport. Otherwise, we can't deal with them at all. Hathaway said. And that brain-sucking ability of his, ordinary spells can't resist it. I remember that you have a ring that can strengthen your mental defense. Here it is. Su-Len removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Hathaway. It was a silver ring. The design of the ring was very simple and unadorned. A large number of runes were carved on it, making it look very mysterious. Hathaway inspected the ring for a while and then injected some energy into it. A strange energy fluctuation appeared on the ring. Hathaway picked up the ring and said, "Not bad, but the spells attached to it are offensive. I'm going to modify it and make it into a defensive ring." Of course. To be honest, the offensive spells on this ring are basically useless to me, Su-Len said with a shrug. This ring used to be enchanted with a spell called Soul Shock, also known as Soul Thorn. This was a spell that directly affected the soul. It ignored defense and dealt damage to the enemy. Even if the judgment failed, it would still cause dizziness. However, he already had the divine ability War Roar. Whether it was the power or the range of the spell, it was much stronger than Soul Shock. Now, In order to defend against the brain-sucking attack of the brain hunter, Hathaway was going to modify the ring. As a legendary wizard and a master alchemist, it was easy for her to make a magic item. After giving the ring to Hathaway, Sulen left the northern city and headed to San Filto City. Not long after he returned to the palace, a few Imperial guards came to deliver the information they had collected. The Imperial guards had spread out in all the areas that Sulen had occupied. Although they were not at the point where they could infiltrate every nook and cranny, they had done a good job in collecting information. This time, Sulen had asked them to collect information about the noble and the brain hunter, and they had already collected a lot of information. Your Majesty. The Imperial guards in black stood aside respectfully. Sulen waved his hand and signaled for the others to leave. He then asked directly, "What information have you collected about the noble's territory during this period? Tell me everything." The embroidered uniform guard didn't hesitate to tell him all the information he had gathered during this period of time. An organization had suddenly emerged in the noble's territory. They did not know when this organization appeared, but they were sure that this organization had been lurking in the secular world for a long time. This organization had been hiding very well before, but it had become more active recently. The members of this organization were very complicated. There were commoners, nobles, merchants, villains, and so on. There were many reasons why these people joined this organization. Some joined for wealth, some for power, and some for power. Is this organization that powerful? Wealth, power, and power. They can provide all of that. Sulen raised his eyebrows and said. Knights had already covered more than half of human desires with these 3 items. What is this organization called? They call themselves the Controller, and they control all the rules and powers of the world. The Imperial Guard said. Sulen smiled in disdain. Control all the rules and powers. Bullsh*T. If they were really that powerful, why would they need to be so sneaky? Continue. Sulen shook his head and said to the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard said carefully, I'm not sure about the rest, but after joining this organization, they can obtain the power bestowed by the controller through a special sacrificial ceremony. It is said that this power can directly turn an ordinary person into a powerful professional warrior. Sulen frowned slightly. Sacrificial ceremony, something that sounded unreliable, was most likely a blood sacrifice. This was also a common method used by many to worship evil gods in exchange for power. They captured those girls for the sacrificial ceremony. It is said that the more outstanding and pure a girl is, the higher the chance of receiving a reward after a successful sacrificial ceremony. One of the important reasons why the nobles joined the controller's organization was that Sulen had pressured them too much. These nobles did not want to give up their power, but they could not defeat Sulen, so they thought of all kinds of ways to increase their strength. In the end, the controller's organization was noticed by these nobles. Hearing this, Sulen looked at each other. Sulen was partly responsible for this outcome, but this was not a reason for them to betray. Are they powerful? Sulen asked. The Imperial Guard hesitated and said slowly, I don't know. I only know that they are hiding in many places, and many nobles are their members. The controller's headquarters is in the south. According to our intelligence, this time it is also an important person, the main priest is used to it. Sulen nodded and continued, Imperial Guard, continue to gather information according to your method. Inform me immediately if there is any new information. After arranging for people to continue gathering information, Sulen began to get busy. During this period of time, all kinds of things had piled up because of the demon hunters. In the next few days, Sulen dealt with government affairs and waited for more information about the brain hunters. On this day, Sulen once again returned to the Northern Wind Tower. After a few days of busy work, Sulen's ring was completed. In addition to this ring, Hathaway also prepared some other things for him. Take a look, this is the ring I prepared for you. Hathaway said as she handed him a beautifully made silver-white ring. Sulen looked at it, and his eyes lit up. This ring could be said to be completely changed. Soul Protection Ring +4, this is a magic ring made by 2 legendary spellcasters. A powerful spell is engraved on it, and it has good defense. Of course, materials, mithril, thorium, magic steel, orichalcum, etc. Equipment requirement, spirit 20 and above. Equipment effect, soul resistance. Soul resistance +2, psychic resistance +2. Equipment skill, psychic shield, instantly build a strong barrier around your body. Can resist psychic attacks. Before the psychic shield is broken, you will not be hurt. In addition to this ring, Hathaway only made a few other pieces of equipment, and they were all used to deal with monsters like the brain hunters. Hathaway pulled Sulen into the laboratory. At this time, there were only various runic matrices left on the ground. Stand in there. Hathaway pointed at the runic matrices. Sulen did not hesitate and stood in the middle of the runic matrices in the laboratory. After seeing that Sulen stood in place, Hathaway activated the runic matrices. A dazzling light flashed, and a strong elemental energy appeared in the laboratory. Then, it quickly merged with Sulen's body. What is this? Sulen was a little surprised. He did not feel any changes in his body. Hathaway said, "This is a telepathic communication spell I made. It can be used in battle. Even if you are far away in San Felto City, you can still contact each other." Hearing that telepathic communication could be used over such a long distance, everyone was surprised. "Oh right, these are the spatial coordinates. When you find the brain hunter, just leave these coordinates, and I will open a portal to go there." Got it. After everything was ready, Sulen began to go to the noble's fief. The Pegasus was very fast. It only took half an hour to reach the noble's fief. Sulen did not disturb the people here and went to the destination. This time, the destination was the noble's manor. One of the strongholds of the Dominator's followers was there. The local nobles had already joined the cult. The whole castle was shrouded in evil spirit energy. Sulen guessed that there was probably a large altar below. Judging from the current situation, this altar should have been built for a period of time, and several blood sacrifices had been carried out. Chapter 444. Alex used the group flying skill to let Su Luen and the others fly in the air. Their figures were hidden by Su Luen using the invisibility skill of the sky illuminating lamp. Hathaway didn't come, but Alex and Phyllis followed. In order to deal with the brain hunter, Sulen specially sent a team of steel golems from the northern citadel. There were a lot of steel golems in the northern citadel. After being repaired and made by Hathaway, there were now 18 of them. Sulen directly sent 12 of them this time. Moreover, these steel golems were improved steel golems. The last time Sulen obtained a high-level golem in the desert ruins, he brought it back in one piece. After a period of disassembly and repair, he obtained a lot of new technology. Then, he upgraded these steel golems on the original foundation, strengthened the energy attack, and optimized the defense of the steel golems. Although their strength was still at grade 4, there was a lot of improvement compared to before. Because part of the brain hunter's body was in a different dimension, normal attacks were ineffective. Therefore, only magical weapons and energy attacks could cause damage to them. Moreover, because of their brain-sucking talent, the weak would lose their brains in one hit. This skill was very dangerous for all humanoid creatures and humans, but the steel golems could ignore this most dangerous skill. After all, steel golems didn't have brains. Golems were very suitable to deal with the brain hunter, but relying on the steel golems alone couldn't kill the brain hunter. A flash of light appeared, and Sulen and the others appeared in the sky above a castle. He turned his head to look at Phyllis and Alex and ordered, "Don't run around later. Monsters like the brain hunter like human brains the most. The one below seems to have some special fetishes. If you get close and are discovered, you won't be able to withstand its attack." Okay. The two nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Before they came, Sulen had already let them see the monster illustration book, so they naturally knew how powerful this monster was. The whole castle was shrouded in an evil energy field, but there was no change from the outside. The castle was also covered by other magic power. If Su Len hadn't confirmed it, even he would have been deceived. Disappear without a trace. With a flash of light, Sullen's mark gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Su Len asked the two of them to wait outside while he went in alone. As soon as they entered the castle, an evil energy shrouded them. Su Len frowned slightly. The environment here had turned into something similar to the land of blasphemy. The negative energy was so strong that Su Len would have thought that he had transmigrated to a lower plane if he was not sure that this was a material plane. The land of blasphemy was usually in the lower planes. Tell me everything you know about this place, Su Len ordered. The soldier in front of him did not hesitate at all. He directly told Su Len everything he knew about the castle and the things that happened in the castle. The owner of this castle was Count Ferdinand. This noble used to be the military minister of the Kingdom of Florence. However, after Su Len ascended to the throne, these important places were replaced by Sullen's own people. This once powerful military minister could only stay in San Felto City with his tail between his legs. After getting used to his authority, Count Ferdinand was unwilling to lose it all of a sudden. Thus, he joined the Church of Controllers by chance. After joining the Church of Controllers, Count Ferdinand's strength skyrocketed. What was even more unbelievable was that the previously weak Count Ferdinand was now at least a rank 3 knight. In this castle, other than the original soldiers and guards of Count Ferdinand, there were also many people from the Church of Controllers. On the surface, this castle did not seem to have changed at all. However, in fact, it had become a desecrated place. Count Ferdinand had even dragged the surrounding nobles into his war chariot. It could be said that the nobles in this area were rotten to the core. On the surface, the surrounding towns were still under the control of these nobles. However, in fact, they were under the control of the Church of Controllers. Sullen's face turned ugly. He was still very angry about this happening under his nose. When we get back, speed up the construction of the Imperial Secret Service. After getting the information he wanted and a rough map of the castle, Su Len continued to explore deeper. After walking through a corridor, Su Len suddenly heard some movements. There were soldiers guarding both sides of the corridor. No! You can't do this! Let me go! A woman's exclamation was heard, followed by the sound of tearing cloth. Clang! Something seemed to have been knocked over. The soldiers standing outside did not show any expression. It was obvious that they were familiar with the situation inside. Sullen's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have understood something in an instant. He walked over in a flash. Under the effect of the invisibility spell, these soldiers did not notice Su Len at all. In the end, they were easily taken care of by Su Len. After taking care of a few guards, Su Len did not stop. He came to the door and used a little force to break the door lock. He then pushed the door open and entered. Who let you in? Get out of here! A man's voice was full of energy as he scolded without even turning his head. Su Len pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s pushing a teenage girl onto the bed. The girl's clothes were torn apart, revealing her fair skin. Her face was covered in tears. You must be Ferdinand. Su Len frowned. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the man's actions. Who are you? How did you get in? Count Ferdinand's expression was one of astonishment. When he saw Su Len, he froze for a moment before yelling, Guards! Where the hell are you all? You don't even know that someone has broken in. What are you doing? However, Su Len had already cast a soundproof spell in this space. No sound could be transmitted out. Naturally, no guards would come over. Stop shouting. I've already sealed this place. No one can hear you even if you shout until your throat is hoarse. Su Len said with a cold smile. However, something seemed wrong. Why did this line sound so much like a villain's? He was like a bully who was about to force himself on a girl, and Ferdinand, bah! Su Luan hurriedly shook his head and drove the figure of Ferdinand, a fat middle-aged man, out. That picture was too horrifying. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I think we can talk slowly in the study. Ferdinand realized that no guards were coming from outside. A bad feeling rose in his heart. As he spoke, he tried to stall for time. At the same time, he suddenly attacked. He grabbed the girl under him and threw her directly at Su Len. Then, he rolled over and dashed toward the weapon that was placed by the wall. Su Len reached out and caught the girl. Then, he put her down. With this delay, Ferdinand had already grabbed the weapon by the wall and stood up. With the weapon in his hand, Ferdinand looked very confident. He felt that everything was under his control. With a clang, he pulled out his sharp sword and pointed it at Su Len. Kid, who are you? How did you get here? Tell me, and I'll let you die easily. Or else. Chapter 445. Looking at Ferdinand, who was at most a level 3 knight, Su Len could not help but laugh. Who gave you the courage to threaten me? Dominate humans. A beam of light flashed past and hit Ferdinand in an instant. However, Ferdinand was not controlled directly. What's going on? Su Len looked at Count Ferdinand in surprise. Even if his strength had reached the level of a level 3 knight, according to the soldier, his strength was not obtained through training. Putting everything else aside, just his willpower alone should be at the level of an ordinary person. However, he was not controlled by his spell. As a level 13 spellcaster, even a warrior of the same level as Su Len might not be immune to his spell. Just as Su Len was feeling puzzled, Count Ferdinand's body suddenly twitched. His facial features began to contort and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked extremely ferocious. In the next second, Ferdinand fell to the ground. Traces of blood seeped out from his body. His life force was rapidly weakening and disappearing. Has he been controlled by someone? At the sight of Count Ferdinand's look, Su Luan suddenly recalled something. He walked up and snapped his fingers. At the same time, numerous tiny wind blades appeared and rapidly hovered over Ferdinand's head. As a result, his brown curly hair fell off in a split second, exposing his scalp. On his smooth scalp, there were many terrifying scars. Mind flayers? Su Len recognized the origin of the scars at a glance. Mind flayers were also known as spirit suckers. They were a notorious creature in the multiverse and were the best at enslaving others. It was said that spirit suckers were not creatures from this universe of the Crystal Wall system. Instead, they migrated here from another universe of the Crystal Wall system. These monsters were ferocious and ugly, with sharp mouthparts and octopus-like tentacles. They were naturally proficient in psychic abilities. An adult spirit-sucking monster was about 1.8 meters tall and weighed about 170 kilograms. Its eyes had no pupils and were milky white in color. Its head was like an octopus, and its skin was light purple. There was also a layer of reflective mucus on the surface of its body. These creatures were hermaphroditic. Mind flayers usually lived in the underworld. These monsters liked to enslave other races, such as the Grey Dwarves. There was a time when the Grey Dwarves were enslaved by the Mind Flayers, until the Grey Dwarf hero rose and led the Grey Dwarves to escape the Mind Flayers' control. In the past, the Mind Flayers lived in the astral boundary and formed a huge empire to enslave the Giths. Later on, the Giths created a powerful divine artifact. With the help of the divine artifact, they defeated the powerful Mind Flayers. The glorious Mind Flayers' empire then collapsed. In the end, they could only hide in the Underdark to survive. Unexpectedly, these Mind Flayers dared to come to the surface world and cause trouble. The appearance of the Mind Flayers also let Su Len know that the Brain Hunter was at least an adult. Only powerful adult Brain Hunters could attract Mind Flayers as their followers. Some especially powerful Brain Hunters would even have perfect Mind Flayers as their partners. Looks like the things in the altar below are a little troublesome. Su Len frowned slightly. My lord, save me, save me. Seeing Su Len easily kill Count Ferdinand, the frightened girl suddenly came back to her senses and scrambled to Sullen's side. Sorry, I still have things to do. It's going to be very dangerous, so I can't bring you along. However, there will be chaos here in a while. Those guards probably won't be able to take care of you. You just have to run for your life when the time comes. Su Len didn't agree. He casually tossed the weapon next to him to defend herself, then turned and left the room. After leaving the room, Su Len continued to walk down. After reaching this place, there were no longer any soldiers patrolling. Instead, there were some humans in black robes. There was a strong aura of negative energy on these people's bodies, as well as a nauseating stench. Su Luan's figure flashed and arrived beside these black-robed men. A long halberd surrounded by lightning appeared in his hand. Lightning flashed and these black-robed men didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were killed by the storm war halberd. The formidable power of lightning turned their corpses into charcoal. The black-robed people fell to the ground like wheat being cut down. Su Len quickly sneaked into the castle. Until now, no one had discovered him. Accompanied by flashing lightning, the enemies were turned into charcoal one after another. Along the way, there were more than 10 charcoal corpses. These people from the Church of Controllers were not much stronger than chickens in front of Su Len. After passing through a hall, Su Len continued to walk down. There were many strange and eerie murals on the walls of the corridor. These murals were carved with all kinds of strange monsters. The most eye-catching one was an ugly monster that looked like a brain. It had many tentacles, dozens of eyes, a ferocious mouth, and spider-like legs. It looked very creepy. At the end of the corridor, a door blocked his way. Su Len could clearly sense the strong negative energy behind the door. He didn't need to guess to know that the monster he was looking for was inside. Su Len smiled and didn't go in directly. The commotion just now must have alerted the people inside. Perhaps they were waiting for Su Len to break in. Mind Link. Su Len directly activated the mind link that Hathaway had cast on him. In an instant, he crossed thousands of miles and connected with Hathaway. Hathaway, activate the group teleportation spell and teleport the Golem army. Su Len said directly in his mind. Even the blood on the ground was drawn by that strange power. A large amount of blood quickly gathered. At the same time, on the underground altar, the blood of the dozen girls who had already fallen in a pool of blood was all extracted. A large amount of blood soaked into the altar. A phantom slowly emerged from the altar. At the same time, a terrifying evil energy also appeared on the altar. As the evil light spread, the phantom also became solid. It had the appearance of an ugly brain, a dozen disgusting tentacles, scarlet eyes, a hideous mouth, and long legs like a spider. Mind Flayer. Sullen's eyes narrowed. The powerful lightning energy in his body quickly circulated. Countless lightning bolts appeared around him. Lightning Domain. A powerful force of thunder and lightning burst out from him, and Su Luan was surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. Countless thunder snakes wandered back and forth in the space around him, and the dim basement was illuminated by the lightning. Thunderstorm spell. Lightning surged. A lightning energy as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. It directly penetrated the top few floors of the castle and instantly struck the Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer's body moved slightly. He wanted to teleport away. However, as soon as he moved, Su Len, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly activated the anti-magic domain. There was already a spatial seal. In addition to Sullen's anti-magic domain, the Mind Flayer's teleportation was instantly interrupted. Before he could dodge, he was hit by the violent lightning. Chapter 446. The dazzling lightning instantly engulfed the Brain Hunter, and the powerful lightning energy exploded on the Brain Hunter's body. Even the altar below collapsed under the aftermath of the attack. The Brain Hunter's huge body twitched violently, and small cracks appeared on the surface of its body, but they quickly recovered. Although his body looked like a brain and seemed to be easily injured, in fact, his own defense was very strong. The evil spirit energy force field surrounding his body could weaken attacks. A brain full of arcane energy. Such a perfect brain, it must taste delicious. The brain hunter stared at Sullen's head with greedy eyes. Sulen was a wizard, but he was also a spellcaster. To the brain hunter, a spellcaster's head was very attractive. Brain sucking. The brain hunter waved its tentacles at Sulen, and a powerful psionic ability suddenly appeared. Sulen instantly felt his scalp tingling, and a strong sense of danger appeared in his mind. Without thinking, Sulen subconsciously dodged, and the ground under his feet shattered. His body instantly appeared more than 10 meters away. As soon as he stood still, he saw a terrifying psionic ability suddenly appear at the place where he was fighting. If Sulen didn't have the talent of the sixth sense, he would have dodged the attack in advance. Otherwise, his brain would have been hit directly. However, the brain hunter seemed to have captured his position. The area of the hall was not big, and other than its family, Sulen was the only normal human. After discovering that Sulen had dodged, it suddenly threw out a few tentacles. The tentacles that were originally 2 to 3 meters long suddenly began to expand, and the tentacles instantly turned into twisted poisonous snakes that were more than 20 meters long. They fiercely whipped at Sulen. Bang! The protective barrier spell on the ring was shattered in an instant. Sullen's storm battle halberd swept across and blocked the tentacles' attack. However, there was not only one tentacle attacking Sulen, but several. One of the tentacles twisted in a direction and whipped at Sulen again. Sulen twisted his body, and the tentacle almost brushed past Sullen's body and hit the ground beside him, which directly shattered the ground. Thunder Prison. Dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body. After activating the Thunder territory, Sullen's control of thunder and lightning was further improved. There were countless thunder snakes swimming in the area of 50 meters around him. Powerful thunder and lightning burst out in an instant, and the thunder and lightning turned into a cage, trapping the brain hunter in an instant. In the next second, endless thunder and lightning power burst out. The brain hunter's huge body trembled, and then a powerful evil force erupted from its body. The two forces collided violently, and with a roar, the thunder prison was directly broken by it. Chain of fireballs. Scorching flames appeared in an instant, and 5 football-sized fireballs directly smashed into the brain hunter's ferocious mouth. Flames flew everywhere, and waves of air rolled. The brain hunter had a special teleportation ability, and its casting speed was very fast. Ordinary wizards would need to coordinate with hand gestures when casting flash, but the brain hunter could directly disappear. Although Sulen had used Hathaway's space-sealing rune circle and his anti-magic territory before the battle began, it only increased the difficulty of casting spells. It could not cast spells as it pleased. Every time it cast a spell, it could not use the elemental energy in the surrounding space. It could only use its own energy, and without replenishment, every time the brain hunter cast a spell, it would consume its own energy. After all, the space-sealing rune circle made by Hathaway was only temporary, and she did not personally make it. Moreover, even if Hathaway personally made a barrier to seal this space, it would still be difficult to completely stop the brain hunter's spatial spells. This was because the castle was constantly emitting blasphemous energy. As for the dimensional anchor, the brain hunter was very alert. It did not give Sulen any chance to use the dimensional anchor to lock it. A twisted tentacle shot out. Although it looked like a tentacle, as long as one was hit, the water in one's body would be instantly extracted. Moreover, once one was entangled by this tentacle, one would have to face the pincer attack of more than a dozen tentacles. Bah! The most annoying thing is to fight with enemies with so many hands or tentacles. The advantage is too big. Sulen cursed as he dodged a tentacle. More than 10 tentacles attacked one after another. You only have 2 hands. You have no morals at all. Moreover, the brain hunter's attack was almost without warning. It was completely launched with its mind. Sulen could not capture the opponent's attack trajectory because the brain hunter was a semi-void creature. It completely ignored the terrain, and all of its movements violated the laws of physics. If it was not for his sixth sense, which could predict danger, it would be even more difficult to deal with this kind of enemy. Death Strangle. More than 10 tentacles mixed with rich negative energy shot out. However, the target was not Su Len, but more than 10 steel golems around. It turned out that the steel golems had taken advantage of the time when Su Len and the Brain Hunter were fighting to kill all the cultists and mind flayers. The Brain Hunter was very dangerous to humans. After all, its ability was to restrain flesh and blood. However, it was not enough to deal with the golems. Brain-sucking talent was useless, poison was useless, and the biting effect was limited. The steel golem's physical defense was still very good, and the tentacles could only cause ordinary damage. But the steel golem was different. The 12 energy cannons instantly hit the Brain Hunter, and light flickered. These energy cannons were a bit more powerful than Sixth Circle spells, but they didn't cause much damage to the Brain Hunter. This kind of attack wasn't harmful to the Brain Hunter, but it was extremely humiliating. The Brain Hunter was furious after being hit by the energy cannons. More than 10 tentacles waved and attacked the steel golems. The steel golems that weighed several tons were also hit by the tentacles, but the damage was not high. The Brain Hunter was also a very dangerous creature in the multiverse. It was said that the strongest Brain Hunter had even seized the brain of a demigod. Even the holy form of the gods was dangerous when facing this monster. The main reason was that their ability was too strong against flesh and blood. When you face this kind of monster, not only do you have to deal with its attacks, but you also have to deal with its brain-sucking ability. A Brain Hunter could retain up to 13 brains, and each additional brain would increase its level by 1. If all 13 brains were filled, then the Brain Hunter would have an additional 13 levels, and its strength would increase to level 39. This level of Brain Hunter was not much worse than some gods. Brain Hunters were very difficult to kill. Other than the fact that their bodies were invisible, the other reason was their teleportation ability. Although part of their teleportation ability was restricted, it was still far from enough to kill them. Su Len turned his palm, and a flag wrapped in elemental energy appeared in his hand. It was the Wind Dragon flag. The moment the Wind Dragon flag was taken out, Su Len directly activated the skill, Lightning Storm, attached to it. A powerful energy burst out in an instant, and endless thunder and lightning gathered. A large number of dark clouds appeared above the castle, and the castle was shrouded. The sky suddenly darkened, and tornadoes rose. The tornadoes that were hundreds of meters tall seemed to connect the earth to the sky. In these tornadoes, there were countless thunder and lightning flashing. A powerful storm suddenly appeared and quickly attacked the castle. The guards outside the castle were directly swept up by the storm and disappeared in the thunder and lightning. Rumble. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky and directly struck the castle. The castle, which was originally built with hard rock, began to crack. Under the continuous thunder and lightning attack, many parts of the castle began to collapse. In the basement, due to the environmental factors, the effect of the lightning storm was not very good. Even so, the entire underground hall was occupied by the power of thunder and lightning. The ruthless and endless power of thunder and lightning occupied this space, and did not give the Brain Hunter a chance to escape. Thunder and lightning covered the Brain Hunter's body, and the dense thunder and lightning directly broke the energy shield on the surface of its body, leaving a large area of scorched marks on its body. If this was not underground, but outside, Su Len was even confident that he could beat the Brain Hunter half to death with the lightning storm. If there was a suitable weather, Su Len could directly trigger a natural thunderstorm, and it would not be impossible to directly kill the Brain Hunter. The chaotic power of thunder and lightning had a great impact on the space transmission, and the Brain Hunter's space flash was completely ineffective. Bigby's crushing palm. Su Luan's silhouette flashed and instantly rushed towards the Brain Hunter. A 4-meter big palm quickly flew out and ruthlessly hit the Brain Hunter's body. The Bigby's spells were much more effective against this kind of life form. The Brain Hunter screamed, and its huge body was directly sent flying by the slap. Many cracks appeared on its body, and there were even drops of black blood scattered on the ground. Its body even went into a temporary state of rigidity. After sending it flying with the Bigby spell, Su-Len did not stop, and his body flashed and rushed up again. The Brain Hunter had extremely high magic and physical defense. It was estimated that it would be impossible to kill it with magic attacks alone, even if Su-Len exhausted all his energy. The storm halberd appeared in his hand, and the endless power of thunder and lightning gathered on the storm halberd in an instant. The whole weapon was surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning, and the surrounding power of thunder and lightning was also attracted by the storm halberd. A powerful force gathered on the storm halberd. Chapter 447. Cat's Grace, Maximum Spell. Dragon's Strength, Maximum Spell. Greater Haste, Maximum Spell. Owl's Insight, Maximum Spell. Bear's Tenacity, Maximum Spell. Weakening Curse, Maximum Spell. Greater Slow, Maximum Spell. In an instant, a large number of spells flashed. Su-Len instantly released the spells that he had prepared. His already powerful aura became even stronger, and the Brain Hunter's speed was significantly reduced. Su-Len instantly appeared in front of the Brain Hunter and swung the storm battle halberd that was already in its full state. Bang! A pair of wings made entirely of lightning energy appeared on his back. Sullen's power was also fully unleashed at this moment. The storm battle halberd carried an infinite amount of lightning energy. It was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the darkness and slashed toward the Brain Hunter. Whoosh! The tentacles that were blocking the attack were directly cut off by the storm battle halberd. The originally tough and sturdy tentacles were easily cut off. The storm battle halberd even left a deep wound on the Brain Hunter's body. The lightning energy gushed out and turned the wound into a charred black. At the same time, Sullen's figure quickly disappeared. With the help of the surrounding lightning and the pair of lightning wings behind him, Su-Len had a teleportation ability. At the same time, the tentacles on the Brain Hunter's head instantly shot out and turned into poisonous snakes that attacked Sullen's previous position. Although Su-Len was a half-baked spellcaster, after activating the Thunder Domain and Lightning Storm, this area had completely become his home ground. He could quickly flash in this space, and the Brain Hunter was greatly hindered. The battle between the two sides became more intense. Su-Len, who was in his full state, was getting more and more comfortable with the fight. Several tentacles of the Brain Hunter were scattered on the ground. The tentacles on the Brain Hunter's head were quickly being cut off. Looking at the situation, it wouldn't be long before all the tentacles were cut off. In the face of such a crisis, the Brain Hunter was obviously very flustered. Its figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Su-Len. Sullen's storm battle halberd did not dodge, and a powerful psionic ability instantly erupted in its body. Brain sucking. At such a close distance, even with his sixth sense talent, Su-Len was unable to dodge in time. The powerful psionic ability instantly hit Sullen's head, but at this moment, the silver ring on his finger suddenly erupted with psionic energy. Spirit Defense. An invisible protective energy instantly enveloped him. Bang! His spirit defense successfully blocked the Brain Hunter's brain-sucking attack. However, even though he managed to block the attack, his spirit defense was on the verge of collapsing. The next attack would definitely break it. After being attacked, Su-Len did not retreat. Instead, he waved the storm halberd in his hand even faster, completely exchanging injuries for injuries. In just a moment, another tentacle was cut off by him, leaving a serious wound on the Brain Hunter's body. Boom! A loud noise was heard. Sullen's figure flashed and quickly retreated, avoiding the Brain Hunter's entanglement. He did not want to be entangled by the Brain Hunter. His heart defense could only last for a while. If he was entangled, even if he managed to kill the Brain Hunter, he would have to pay a painful price. The Brain Hunter, who had been suppressed by Su-Len, became even more violent. It constantly attacked Su-Len and tried to completely break the surrounding space. The restrictions here greatly affected its combat power. Sinister Strike. A tentacle mixed with dense evil energy shot out and instantly appeared in front of Su Len. Sullen's halberd blocked it, but his body was directly sent flying a few meters. In the next second, when Su Len was about to flash again, he suddenly realized that more than 2/3 of the energy in his body had been consumed. Although the brain hunter in front of him looked miserable, its vitality was still very strong. It would not be easy to kill it in a short time. Boom! A sharp bone spike suddenly pierced out from the ground. Su Len moved his feet and instantly dodged it. However, a second bone spike pierced out from the ground and instantly attacked his defense barrier. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Sharp bone spikes shot out one after another. The sharp bone spikes continuously attacked Su Len. At the same time, the brain hunter's huge body rushed over again. This can't go on. Su Len continuously dodged the brain hunter's attacks. Hathaway, are you ready? Su Len opened the telepathic communication and asked. Ready. Hathaway's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. After hearing Hathaway's voice, Su Len showed a touch of joy. Finally. Let's see if you can survive this time. Activate the long-range attack. Okay. Hathaway said. Get ready, prepare to open the space passage. The North Wind Tower's particle cannon was only at the basic level. Fortunately, its attack range was 500 kilometers. However, this place was more than 500 kilometers away from the North Town. In order to use the North Wind Tower's particle cannon, some special methods had to be used. Wizard Tower Spirit Milky Way activated. Elemental Pool activated. Calculating the space coordinates. The space coordinates have been connected. Beginning to lock the space coordinates. Opening the space passage. Charging the magic energy particle railgun. Charging 5%, 10%. 90%, 95%, 100%, charging complete. After the brain hunter discovered that Sullen's attack had weakened, it began to reconstruct Su Len to launch a counterattack. The brain hunter hated the man who cut off its antennae. Brain drain. The spirit shield blocked the attack once again. However, after this, the brain hunter, who had just been restrained, became extremely frightened at this moment. It frantically struggled to break free from the cage. The cage made of thunder and lightning was on the verge of collapsing under its struggle. It did not care about the damage caused by the thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning chains were constantly collapsing, and it was about to break free completely. The dazzling light beam instantly hit the brain hunter. After a violent explosion, the entire world seemed to have sunk into silence. The originally tall and majestic castle had completely disappeared, replaced by a shocking crater. The terrifying shockwave formed a giant mushroom cloud that was over 100 meters tall. Countless clouds of dust covered the sky as the shockwave quickly spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, trees and buildings were swept away like leaves being swept away by a gust of wind. A protective barrier lit up in front of Su Len and blocked the shockwave. When all the dust settled, the others could finally see the situation on the battlefield. The scene in front of them shocked everyone. The original castle was directly wiped out from the ground. Not even a piece of broken wall was left. The original location of the castle had become a deep pit that was about 500 meters deep. The pit was more than 50 meters deep, and the edge of the pit had completely turned into hard crystals. The brain hunter that was in the center of the explosion had completely disappeared. It was directly hit by the magic particle railgun. Even if the brain hunter was in perfect condition, it would not be able to withstand this level of attack. Chapter 448. No, it's not dead yet. Su Len suddenly reacted. He didn't hear the system prompt, which meant that the brain hunter was still alive. At this moment, there were some noises coming from the black hole at the bottom of the battlefield. Then, a severely mutilated brain hunter appeared in front of him. The brain hunter looked extremely miserable. The tentacles on its head had all disappeared, and only 3 of its 12 spidery legs were left. His brain-like body had become tattered, and only 5 of his 13 eyes remained intact. Half of his body had disappeared without a trace, and his life force had fallen to the lowest point. The brain hunter's ethereal body didn't have any fatal parts, and its life force was extremely tenacious. It actually survived the tactical attack just now. Although it survived, it was now in a very dangerous state, and its life force was very weak. As soon as a brain hunter escaped from the particle cannon, it flew away without hesitation. It was obvious that the attack just now had scared it out of its wits. Want to run? Stay. Sullen's figure appeared out of thin air again and blocked the brain hunter's path. He was also a little worried about the brain hunter's tenacious life force, but since the cannon didn't kill it, he would directly hack it to death. Dimensional anchor. A magic light flashed and instantly hit the brain hunter's ethereal body. Its body that had already entered the alternate dimension was directly expelled. Confinement. 5 high-quality magic gems instantly turned into little fluorescent lights. This was a confinement tool specially made by Hathaway. It could even trap the brain hunter for a few seconds. A silver-white rune appeared in an instant, and then directly restrained the brain hunter's body. Slash! Su Luan's figure flashed and appeared beside the brain hunter. He swung the Storm War halberd in his hand and swung it down. Endless lightning formed a lightning blade on the halberd's blade. Following a flash of lightning, the brain hunter before him was instantly split in half. The storm halberd was very sharp and had the effect of breaking magic. With Sullen's great strength and weakness detection, he could directly kill the brain hunter. A strong negative energy aura instantly spread from his corpse, and the surrounding lightning power spontaneously attacked, directly dispersing the negative energy that had condensed into a solid entity. Soul Binding Technique. Su Len took out a high-quality magic gem that he had prepared beforehand. A dazzling radiance blossomed from the gem. Purple magic energy gushed out and directly turned into chains that instantly wrapped around the black mist. The black mist was instantly dispersed, revealing the soul of the brain hunter. An energy vortex suddenly appeared with the magical gemstone as the center. An invisible suction force tore at the soul of the brain hunter, trying to pull it into the vortex. Realizing that this was its last chance, the brain hunter struggled to escape. However, the rune chains on its body tightly bound it and pulled it into the vortex bit by bit. In the end, the brain hunter let out a miserable shriek as it was completely pulled into the gemstone by the chains. As the brain hunter's soul was absorbed into the magical gemstone, the originally dazzling magical gemstone quickly turned into a pure black gemstone. There was even an evil force field around the gemstone. This magical gemstone had been transformed into an extremely evil magic stone by the soul of the brain hunter. If it was left alone, this magic stone would constantly emit an evil aura that would slowly change the surrounding environment, and even corrupt ordinary people. Thunder Prison. Endless lightning appeared again. Su Len gently threw this magic stone into the thunder prison. The endless lightning quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the thunder prison had shrunk to the size of the magic stone. With a flash of lightning, it instantly merged with the magic stone. A piece of black gemstone gently fell into Sullen's hand. The original evil aura had all disappeared. Su Len heaved a sigh of relief. With the death of the brain hunter, Su Len also dispersed the thunder territory. After all, there was not much energy in his body now. Su Len casually put away the 2 halves of the brain hunter's corpse. He looked around and then prepared to leave. The entire castle had disappeared, so naturally, there were no other spoils. Su Len felt a little regretful. One must know that aristocrats generally accumulated a lot of wealth in their castles. These were originally his spoils of war, but they were all gone with a single blast. Next time, I should take the spoils of war away in advance. Su Len glanced at the deep pit and said. In addition to the brain hunter's corpse, Sullen's 12 steel golems also needed to be teleported back. During the battle just now, these steel golems had already escaped in advance. Although they were still a little damaged, their soul cores were intact. They could be used again after some repairs. The original location of the castle had turned into a deep pit. It seemed that the attack just now had opened up the underground water layer. Water continued to appear in this deep pit. Perhaps it would not be long before a small lake appeared here. Outside the battlefield. When Sullen's figure landed from the sky, Alex and Phyllis, who were waiting at the side, immediately rushed over. "Did you get rid of that monster? Are you hurt? Was that attack just now Sister Hathaway cast? It's too powerful." Sulen stretched out his hand and knocked on their heads. Then he said, "Okay, it's done. Let's get out of here first." The earth-shattering commotion just now naturally alarmed many people. If it were not for the fact that they did not dare to approach, they would have already come to watch the show. Sulen snapped his fingers and contacted Hathaway through the telepathic link. He asked her to open the teleportation portal. A magic light descended from the sky, and Sullen's group, along with the steel golems, all disappeared. After dealing with the brain hunter, Sulen returned to the Northwind Tower. Hathaway, who had been anxiously waiting, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not for the fact that the particle cannon needed someone to operate and open the portal, she would have gone with Sulen. "Sister Hathaway. You're too powerful. Was that purple beam of light a spell you cast? It's too powerful." Such a big castle just disappeared, and the place where it used to be turned into a lake. And that ugly big bug was also cut in half by Sulen. It was a thrilling adventure. I'm going to record it down and let the bards sing it. Alex, who was talking non-stop, was directly cast by Su Luan's anti-magic and muting technique. His mouth kept opening and closing, but he couldn't make any sound. Sulen took out the body of the brain hunter just now and handed it to Hathaway. "This is the body of the brain hunter. Deal with it as you see fit." Phyllis and Alex returned to San Felto City. The battle just now must have alarmed the people of San Felto City. "You two go back and guard it, in case the people below have other ideas." "Alright, that's all for now. I need to rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Sulen arranged everything and went into seclusion. The battle just now could be said to be the most difficult battle Sulen had ever encountered. The energy in his body was almost depleted, so he did not check his rewards immediately. Instead, he used meditation to recover his energy. The seclusion room was connected to the elemental pool. The elemental energy here was abnormally abundant. When Sulen was meditating, a large amount of elemental energy began to enter his body. When Sulen woke up again, he had completely recovered. After getting up and moving his body, Sulen began to check his rewards. "The battle is over. You have obtained an epic victory. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the brain hunter. You have obtained 352,100 experience points. You have obtained the item Star Iron. You have obtained the item Adamantine Ingot X3. You have obtained the item Mithril Ingot X3. You have obtained the item Mountain Copper Ingot X3. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the brain hunter. You have obtained the Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully destroyed the stronghold of the Overseer cult. You have obtained an epic victory. You have obtained 283,000 experience points. The Overseer Cult Annihilation Battle, Advanced Legendary. In October 1688 of the Huiyue calendar, you have discovered traces of the Overseer cult. After searching for a while, you have found their stronghold. You have successfully raided this stronghold and eliminated the mind flayers and brain hunters. Your name has spread widely across the continent. Prestige plus 10. The experience points gained this time were a lot. Sulen directly leveled up to level 28. The 2 attribute points he obtained were also added to his dexterity. He didn't obtain many items this time, but he did obtain a lot of precious metals. Star Iron was a metal that was very rare in the prime material plane. It was usually only found in the astral plane. This was the core left behind after the death of a star. It was a very precious metal that had many uses. The legendary neutron star golem required this metal. In addition to these, adamantine, mithril, and mountain copper were also precious metals. After making the particle cannon, the precious metals stored in the Northwind Tower had been depleted. Now that he had these, it was just enough to replenish them. The reward this time was also 2 diamond treasure chests. These should be the best treasure chests at the moment. Including these 2, Sulen had only obtained 3 of these treasure chests. Opening the storage space, the 2 crystal-clear diamond treasure chests appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Sulen chose to open the treasure chests. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Danger Tungsten Steel X1. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item 9 Transformations Golden Pill X1. After hearing the system prompt, Sulen immediately checked the attributes of the 2 items. Danger Tungsten Steel, a magical metal that fell from the heavens. It is a precious magical material that is one of the materials used to forge divine artifacts. The Danger Tungsten Steel contains a magical power. After equipping it, you will receive a buff, mental strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, innate effects, mana recovery, mind's eye. Attribute bonuses above 50 are ineffective. Chapter 449. The perilous tungsten steel was the same as the 9th heaven black iron. They were both materials used to forge artifacts. Moreover, the material itself had power and could increase attributes. It just so happened that the original perilous tungsten steel had lost its effect. His mental strength had long exceeded 30 points. Now, this perilous tungsten steel came at the right time. The upper limit of his mental strength increased to 50 points. Moreover, the 2 additional talents were also very good. The mana recovery effect was doubled compared to before. The other talent was Heart's Eye, which could see through illusions. With this talent, he would be able to ignore most illusion spells. Illusionists would be beaten up in front of him. Moreover, this perilous tungsten steel was a material used to forge artifacts. It would be useful when he had the ability to forge artifacts in the future. The other item from the diamond treasure chest was the 9 Transformation Golden Pill. The name of this item sounded very impressive. Sulen couldn't wait to check it out. 9 Transformation Golden Pill, a miraculous pill made with 36 rare herbs and hundreds of potions. It has incredible medicinal effects. After use, it can increase 5 free attribute points. A bottle of 5 pills. Increase 5 free attribute points. After seeing the effect of this bottle of elixir, Suluan also beamed with joy. With this elixir, he could soon increase all his attributes to 50 points. This pill was much more effective than the Jade Fragment Golden Pill, Wisdom Leaf, and Big Dipper Serum. After carefully putting away this bottle of pills, Sulen took out the most valuable loot. It was the magical gem that imprisoned the Brain Hunter's soul. The Brain Hunter was worshipped as a god by the Overseer cult. Although it wasn't a true god and was only a false god, an evil god, the worship of its believers had brought it a lot of benefits, the most obvious of which was its divinity. After Sulen killed the Brain Hunter, he found divinity in its soul. This was also the reason why the Brain Hunter's soul didn't leave behind a legendary grade soul crystal. On this soul-binding stone, other than the Brain Hunter's soul, there were 2 more divinity. Divinity was the most mystical energy in the multiverse. It could fuse with all kinds of energy. It didn't matter if the energy was noble or lowly, holy or evil, orderly or chaotic. The gods had divinity, and so did the demons and devils. Even the evil gods and abominations had divinity. This power seemed to come from the bloodline, but it also seemed to come from the soul. Like most divine creatures and abominations, the divinity in their bodies mostly came from the bloodline. Because their parents or ancestors were gods or related to gods, they inherited the bloodline of gods and thus had divinity. Demigod liches didn't have any flesh or blood, but they had divinity. This divinity came from their souls. Then there were the ancient demonic creatures and monsters that also had divinity in their souls. Even at the most glorious time of the Arcane Empire, the great arcanists had not thoroughly studied the secrets of divine power. Of course, they had gained something. Since the age of thorium, these arcanists had been eager to master the power of divinity. They even thought about seizing the power of the gods. One of the craziest arcanists even specially researched and invented a 12-circle super spell, Casus's Gate. He succeeded, but also failed. He succeeded because he successfully killed a god and seized the power of the god. He failed because the body of an ordinary person couldn't bear the huge power of the god and exploded. The final result was a huge disaster in the age of thorium. And because of this reason, Casus's Gate was banned, and all spells were destroyed. Of course, there were also some arcanists who turned into liches for a long life. They studied some secrets of divinity for a long time and became demigod liches. Su Len brought the magical stone that sealed the brain hunter to the astrology platform. At this time, Hathaway was looking through the information. She was now studying the puzzle. The wizard tower didn't have a puzzle to protect it. Is this the soul-binding stone of the brain hunter? Seeing Su Len coming, Hathaway said in surprise. Yes. Su Len nodded and said, "Come and help me. I need to separate the divinity and soul power in its soul." Okay. Hathaway nodded. The two of them quickly set up a runic array and placed the soul-binding stone inside the runic array. With the powerful energy rushing out of the element pool, Surin and Hathaway's figures were suspended in the air, one on the left and one on the right. Unseal. A light flashed in Sullen's hand, and the soul-binding stone flew directly. The lightning power on the surface of the soul-binding stone began to slowly release. In an instant, an evil aura appeared from the soul-binding stone. Soul extraction. Hathaway reached out and grabbed the soul-binding stone. Then, silver runic chains appeared and shot into the soul-binding stone. In the next second, the brain hunter's painful howl sounded on the astrology platform. As the silver chains continued to pull, the soul of the brain hunter was slowly dragged out. The brain hunter that was dragged out struggled frantically to get rid of the silver chains. However, under Hathaway's power, all its movements were in vain. Soul extraction. Su Len waved his staff, and a purple soul power was instantly extracted from the soul of the brain hunter. This power was filled with evil, depravity, and other negative emotions. This was also the origin of the evil power of the brain hunter. Su Len did not choose to integrate this evil power into his body. Instead, he took out a high-purity magic gem and directly sealed this soul power in it. After extracting a part of the soul power, this part of the brain hunter's soul power was quickly exhausted. The last part of the soul body that was extracted by Hathaway had become translucent. In this part of the soul, a faint golden energy appeared. This golden energy was divinity. Seeing that the soul power was exhausted, Sullen's hand flashed, and he ended the soul extraction. Then, he waved his staff again and began to separate the divinity in the soul of the brain hunter. Su Len was now very familiar with the divinity. He instantly activated his powerful power and directly extracted the divinity from the soul of the brain hunter. Then, he integrated it into his body little by little. Divinity extraction. The golden divinity was extracted from the brain hunter's body. Divinity was a very strange power. It could be integrated with various powers, and it could also be completely separated and integrated into one's body. Of course, during the integration, the consciousness carried by the divinity must be removed. The divinity of the natural gods was the easiest to remove. These natural gods were very rare. The divinity of the lower planes was the hardest to remove, such as demons, devils, evil gods, abominations, and so on. These divinity contained too many consciousnesses. In the beginning, it was not a big problem. However, if it was not removed, these divinity consciousnesses would slowly accumulate. When enough was accumulated, schizophrenia was only a small problem. It could even directly cause Sullen's mind to be confused and have a mental breakdown. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for ordinary people to integrate divinity. Of course, even gods would be affected by divinity. Many gods were even unknowingly affected by the consciousness in divinity. Gods were not as good as one imagined. Many gods would slowly be affected by these forces after mastering the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. Their various behaviors would also be affected. If the gods could not remove these consciousnesses as much as possible, they would eventually become slaves to the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. At that time, it would not be them mastering the priesthood, divinity, and divinity, but they would become the embodiment of the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. In comparison, the divinity of the natural gods was easier to integrate. However, there were too few of them. As traces of pale golden divinity were extracted, Sullen's body flashed. Then, he began to guide these divinities into his body. These divinities turned into extremely fine golden threads and poured into his body. With the entry of this divinity, if his soul left his body at this time, he would find that a large number of golden threads had appeared on his soul. In addition to his soul, even the golden color of his blood had increased a little. Sulen had long discovered that changes in the soul would affect changes in the body. Similarly, changes in the body would gradually affect the soul. The body and the soul affected each other. Soon, a trace of satisfaction came from Sullen's body and soul. He stopped the absorption of divinity when his body reached the limit of divinity absorption. Thunder flashed on Sullen's body, and the soul of the brain hunter was once again sealed in the magic gemstone. Countless flashes of thunder flashed, and the thunder prison appeared again. In an instant, the entire gemstone was wrapped up. The soul binding stone returned to its previous state, but the original black and translucent soul binding stone had become much lighter. 1/3 of it was extracted. Sulen picked up the soul binding stone and checked it. Then, he put it away again. At the same time, Hathaway also used a magic gemstone to seal the soul power extracted from the brain hunter's body. Only 1/3 of the soul power was extracted, and this soul crystal reached the level of a quasi-legendary. Although it was only a quasi-legendary ranked soul crystal, the purity of its soul force was that of a high legendary ranked soul crystal. Su Luan didn't want to split it up and use it. A high legendary ranked soul crystal like this was something that could only be found by chance. After extracting all of the brain hunter's soul force, this soul crystal would become a high legendary ranked soul crystal. This level of soul crystal had many uses. Many legendary construct magic statues could only be made with this level of soul crystal. Chapter 450. Sulen knew several types of legendary construct golems that required such high-grade legendary soul crystals, such as Arcane Guard, Magic Breaker, and Titan Guard. These high-grade legendary golems with a challenge rating of more than LV25 were not easy to deal with. Arcane Guard, as the name implied, was a golem that could use spells. This golem's melee ability was average, but its magic ability was very strong. Magic Breaker was immune to most magic damage, and its attacks had magic penetration and sharpness. It was very difficult to deal with. Titan Guard was a combination of the two types of golems. Whether it was magic attack or physical attack, it was very powerful, and had a strong defense. The Titan Golem's challenge rating was as high as LV30, which was no weaker than an ancient dragon. Of course, the cost of building such a golem was astronomical. The total cost of the Northwind Tower might not be enough. Sulen also did not have the construction information of such a golem. This kind of golem had been built in small numbers during the Arcane Empire. The main materials were a kind of memory metal and Titan iron, which had unimaginable defense and lethality. Sulen had saved the high-grade legendary crystal to make a legendary golem in the future. Sulen extracted 1/3 of the divinity of the brain hunter, which was exactly 1 point of divinity. In addition to his original 7 points of divinity, he now had 8 points of divinity. When the accumulation of divinity reached 10 points, it would trigger a qualitative change, and he would become a demigod creature. It just so happened that there were 2 points left in the brain hunter. As long as he absorbed all of them, he would become a demigod. After absorbing a little divinity, Sulen did not stay. After saying goodbye to Hathaway, he immediately ran back to retreat. The divinity of the brain hunter had a strong negative will. After he extracted the divinity of the brain hunter, there was always a desire to destroy, and kill in his brain. If Sulen had a choice, he would certainly not extract the divinity that was rich in negative will. However, since the end of the Arcane Empire, the number of divine creatures had become fewer and fewer. Most of these divine creatures, such as the unicorn, the feathered serpent, the sun eagle, and so on, had left the material plane. He could not find them even if he wanted to. There were also some ancestral spirits or natural spirits worshipped by primitive tribes. Although they were not divine creatures, they still had a lot of divinity. In order to get rid of the negative consciousness, Sulen could only rely on meditation to slowly fight against his own will. In the end, the negative consciousness would be completely wiped out. This process was very difficult and would take a lot of time. The ancient arcanists might have a special way to eliminate negative consciousness, but unfortunately, it was long lost. Sulen would not absorb any more divinity before these negative consciousnesses were completely eliminated. If there were more of these negative consciousnesses, the impact on him would be even greater, and it would be even more difficult to eliminate them. Of course, doing this also had its benefits. It would allow him to become more familiar with the power of divinity. At the same time, there would be no side effects, and he would not be controlled by the divinity. In the seclusion room, the surging power of the elements in the elemental pool kept pouring in and then washing Sulen's body. At this time, Sulen was constantly pushing out the negative consciousnesses in his soul little by little. With the help of the huge elemental pool, he dispersed and eliminated them. This situation had been going on for 2 days, and most of the negative consciousnesses in Sulen's body had been eliminated. The remaining negative consciousnesses had a very low impact on him, and using the elemental pool to remove them had become very slow. He could only rely on his own efforts to slowly remove them. The North Wind Tower had not changed much during this period. The North Town next to it had also developed rapidly. After such a long period of training, the little succubus Chrissy's art of management had reached a very high level. The entire North Wind Principality was well managed by her. Sulen walked out of the wizard tower. It had started to snow in the North Town. The North Wind Principality had entered winter, and the streets were still very busy. Carriages full of goods were leaving the city. This was the last trade of the year. These merchants had to leave the North Wind Principality before the snow blocked the roads. Otherwise, they would have to wait until next year. The wasteland in winter was very dangerous. At this time, the wasteland was a vast expanse of white. There was almost nothing to refer to, so it was very easy to get lost. Food was scarce in winter. The gnolls, kobolds, ogres, and orcs who lacked supplies would crazily attack the caravans in the wasteland in order to survive. Even the greediest merchant would not do business during this time. Although Sulen was not in the North Town most of the time, the new perfume and rose essential oil products in the North Town were selling very well. These 2 new products had become very popular in the surrounding countries. Those rich ladies and socialites were crazily chasing after the perfume from the North Town. With the perfume and all kinds of flower essential oil, the North Town's monthly income had almost doubled. Sure enough, whether it was in his previous life or here, women's money was the easiest to earn. Master. Sulen came to the town hall. Chris was in the office dealing with some matters. When she saw Sulen come in, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. Sulen stared at Chris with his mouth agape. Chris was wearing a black office lady outfit and a pair of crystal rimless glasses. Her towering breasts stretched the silk shirt to an astonishing degree. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings and she was wearing a pair of 10 centimeters high heels. She looked like a sexy white-collar lady in the city. Master, am I beautiful today? Seeing Sulen's eyes, Chris was proud. This was the style of clothing that Sulen had told them when he was free. She had spent a lot of effort to make it. As a succubus, Chris discovered how to show off her advantages incisively and vividly when she put on this dress. The cut of the dress was very slim and curvy. The waist was tight and the skirt was very short. Coupled with Chris's naturally charming temperament, Sullen's heart was burning. Sullen's figure flashed and he instantly came to the little succubus' side. He reached out and took her into his arms. In the next second, a space portal opened beside him. Sullen directly carried the little succubus through the portal and appeared in the palace bedroom. Chris's current outfit was a complete surprise. Sullen had only casually drawn a picture before. He did not expect Chris to actually make it. In the face of this temptation, Sullen could not resist at all. His palm groped around the peach for a while, then he dishonestly got in, wanting to enter the chassis of the car to repair it. As an old prostitute, the succubus Chris was very clear about Sullen's preferences. Her body twisted slightly, wanting to avoid him. "Master, I still have work to do," Chris said righteously, but her expression was more like she wanted to reject him. Sullen smiled slightly in his heart. He instantly understood the little succubus's meaning. Was she going to play a scene? He was very good at this. Old collared woman amami. His fingers nimbly repaired the chassis of the car. When he came out, his hands were already covered in engine oil. Looking at the oil on his hands, Sullen smiled slightly. "The car is leaking oil. Fix the car first, or it will affect my work." Then he slid his palm into the car door and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The succubus's steering wheel was large and round, completely ergonomic. It was very elastic and soft. The steering wheel was very smooth, without any sense of stagnation, and was very elastic. Chris, on the other hand, looked like she would rather die than submit. Her performance was worthy of a movie queen, but her struggling movements seemed to be deliberately cooperating with Sullen. With Chris' cooperation, Sullen was even more unscrupulous. He reached out and pulled up the ferrule, then stepped on the accelerator and went straight to the target. Chris was shocked and wanted to escape in horror, but she was caught by Sullen before she could run 2 steps. He held the steering wheel with one hand and went directly to the field. The carriage was ready, and the single-cylinder 2-stroke engine was ready. According to Sullen's skillful driving skills, this kind of carriage would have no problem speeding 100 or 200 miles per hour. And according to the succubus's physique, this kind of speed could be sustained. This carriage could be said to be made of the best material in North Town, so it was very fast. With a command, Sullen opened the door, grabbed the steering wheel, and inserted the single-cylinder engine. Bah! Stepped on it. The oil was lubricated, and the engine fitted perfectly. Suddenly, the carriage trembled slightly. With a gasp, the engine roared, and the speed soared to 6,000. He stepped on the accelerator, and the carriage shot off. In just a few seconds, the speed reached the highest. As an old prostitute, Chris's driving skills were very good. For Hathaway and Alex, this kind of speed could not be sustained. After a few times, they would feel dizzy and their faces would turn red. They would be so nervous that their hands and feet would be stiff and cold sweat would break out. Sometimes, they would even shout excitedly because the speed was too fast. But Chris could go all the way at high speed, and she could change her posture at any time. She cooperated perfectly with Sullen. Of course, she still could not withstand the high speed. In the end, the engine stalled and the oil leaked. This was a top luxury car. The driving skills were good, and the driving experience was very good. Moreover, this time, she had changed into a new skin. The feeling of flying was very enjoyable. However, for Sullen, the car needed maintenance before he was satisfied. Fortunately, there were 2 other carriages in the palace. These 2 carriages belonged to the half-elf Angel and Angela. The bodies of the carriages were exquisite and elegant, with a slender and elegant appearance, especially with the charm of the elves. The 2 carriages were also very similar. Although the speed was not as fast as Chris, the driving experience was still very good. In particular, the car could be driven in 2 rows. The two-cylinder engine was not much slower than Chris's. Finally, the carriage reached the finish line, and the race was over. Sulen lay down to rest comfortably. Chapter 451. Beifeng Principality, Wizard Tower. Although he had fused with a little divinity, the negative will of the divinity still had some influence on him. It could magnify the negative emotions of the soul, such as irritation, desire, killing, and so on. Sulen needed to calm down a little bit. He now had a lot of divinity. In addition to the divinity of the brain hunters, the Heartless Church left in the valley was also thriving. Now, the Heartless Church had 600 or 700 devout believers. After a while, when it was time to perform blood sacrifices to the evil god, Sulen would directly harvest them. Now, the kobolds were living quite well. In the valley, the biting north wind was blocked. Although the temperature was still very low, it was much better than the wilderness. Sulen arranged a large number of people to monitor there. There was only one entrance in the whole valley, and these kobolds were simply turtles in a jar. Sulen was not worried about the evil god of the Heartless. In fact, the strength of evil gods was much higher. The lowest level of evil gods was only legendary, and it was not surprising that there were a few mid-level gods among the powerful ones. The evil god of the Heartless should be at the stage of a weak god. In terms of level, it should be about level 35. However, this was the strength in the astral plane. It would be stronger in its nest. If it entered the main material plane, its strength would drop to level 30 or even lower. In the past, Soren might have been a little afraid of the strength of level 30. Now, with the magic particle rail cannon, all creatures were equal. Even if it could withstand one shot, it would be another shot. The evil gods that came to the material plane could not withstand this kind of attack. As for the evil god's avatar, the strength of this avatar was only level 25. According to Sulen's current strength, he could easily crush it. Sending an avatar here was basically sending food to Sulen. Sulen's goal was to create an avatar with divine power. A divine avatar would have at least 1 point of divinity, and some would have more. This was a way to continuously obtain divinity. Even if the evil god of the Heartless was killed several times and no longer fell for the trick, Sulen could change to another evil god to continue this operation. Although he didn't know how many evil gods there were at least hundreds of them, even though the major churches didn't record it. With so many evil gods, even if he only obtained a little divinity each time, he would still be able to obtain over 100 divinity points with over 100 evil gods taking turns. Of course, after doing so, it would not be easy to deceive even more evil gods. Of course, when he was strong enough and the floating city was built, Sulen would have no problem going to the astral plane to take out the evil god's true body. As for divinity, Sulen also planned to get some for Hathaway and the others. Divinity was also very useful to them. To be honest, although the gods were powerful, there were too many restrictions. They had to fulfill their duties as gods, and at the same time, they could not leave the god's kingdom at will. Most of the time, they worked year after year, day after day. If they only worked for 180 years, it would be fine, but in fact, as long as the gods still existed, this work had to continue. This was simply worse than the 990s and 007s of modern society. If the god's clergy was more terrible, such as the god of death, he had to guide the dead to tidy up the underworld all year round. He didn't even have a day off. After all, there was no day when no one was immortal. There were many gods who controlled more than 1 or 2 clergies. The more clergies they controlled, the busier they were. Therefore, some gods were tired of this work and wanted to resign, but they also had to find a successor. Therefore, some gods divided their clergies to others. Among them, the best were the mother goddess of the earth and the ancient god of death, Jurgil. As ancient gods who had survived from ancient times, their strength had long surpassed the great divine powers and become greater divine powers. Even if they were stripped of their clergies, their strength would not be reduced too much. The mother goddess of the earth divided all of her priesthoods and gave them to her descendants. She then went into seclusion. The god of death, Jurgil, was even more cunning. He gave his priesthoods to 3 people and then directly caused the death of the 3 gods of death. They were the god of strife, Ban, the god of death, Mirko, and the god of murder, Baal. None of these 3 guys were easy to deal with. They directly caused the biggest chaos since the ancient gods retired and the destruction of the arcane kingdom. In this chaos, gods fell, and humans succeeded in becoming gods. For the god of death, it was definitely a wonderful feast. Sulen was now only ready to get divinity. He had no interest in clergies and divine power at all. Whoever wanted to do this kind of work could do it. All kinds of work in the northern city were not suspended because of the snow. Instead, they took advantage of this time to start mass production of all kinds of materials. At the same time, a large number of people were sent to the new city for construction. After more than 3 months of development, the construction of the new city could be said to be changing with each passing day. The original simple camp had become a small city. The size of the city was the same as Mirror Lake City. Now the construction of the houses and walls had been completed. Other kinds of public facilities would be slowly built later. After staying in the northern city for a few days, Sulen returned to Sanfelto City through the transmission formation. There was no snow in Sanfelto City, but the weather had turned cold. Phyllis and Alex were in charge of the internal affairs during Sulen's absence. The few cities around Sanfelto City were now completely under their control. The nearby nobles who were still outwardly obedient but covertly opposed had also become well-behaved. One by one, they paid all the taxes for the year. According to the original system of the Kingdom of Florence, the nobles had absolute rights in their respective territories, but all the nobles had to pay taxes to the king. Originally, the king of the Kingdom of Florence directly controlled about 1/5 to 1/4 of the entire kingdom. The other 3 major families together controlled about 1/3 of the kingdom's territory. The rest of the territory was controlled by nobles of various sizes. However, this time, after Sulen ascended the throne, many nobles rebelled. Some even acted as fence-sitters. For those rebelling nobles, Sulen had decided to take back their territories. At the same time, the territories directly under the king needed to be adjusted. Although the territories directly under the king did not rebel, there were all kinds of small movements in private. The people who controlled these territories were originally trusted by King Henry. How much loyalty they had to Sulen still needed to be considered. Sulen did not think that he was the master of destiny. After he ascended the throne, these people would be intimidated by his domineering aura and directly kowtow to him. Previously, these people had pretended to be obedient to him. Although he pretended not to see the small movements in private, it did not mean that he would not pursue it. He spent 2 months re-recruiting and reorganizing the original army in Sanfelto City. He also incorporated the army from North Town into it. He wanted to form a fighting force as soon as possible and then use it to intimidate those people. Next, Sulen would replace those people bit by bit and then appoint his own people. It would definitely not be smooth sailing. Those nobles and officials would not give up their rights so easily. The army in his hands was the last resort. If those nobles were willing to cooperate, Sulen did not mind giving them some benefits. He even reappointed them as officials after they were re-educated. If they were not willing to cooperate, he would directly take them down. If they dared to rebel, he would send the army to eliminate them. Sanfelto City had recruited a little over 20,000 people. This was after Sulen brought some money from North Town City. The wealth in the palace and the wealth he plundered from the nobles were all invested in the reconstruction of the city. Sulen realized that the more territories he occupied, the less money he had. If it were not for the taxes from the nobles, Sulen's funds would have almost run out. After 2 months, the army in Sanfelto City was ready to fight. With these troops in hand, Sulen's plan to take over the king's territory could also begin. The nobles directly under the king were basically palace nobles. In the Kingdom of Florence, there were many types of nobles. The nobles with the highest value were those with powerful territories. The second type of nobles were the palace nobles. These nobles were appointed by the king or other nobles. They were usually the subordinates of the king and the nobles. They served the king and the nobles or managed the territory. The third type of nobles were powerful professionals who were granted the title of nobles. As long as these nobles swore allegiance, they would be rewarded with manors and castles. They also had the opportunity to become hereditary nobles. The fourth kind was honorary nobility, which was used for commendation or by donating a sum of money. It was the least valuable among all the nobles and was only a title. At the beginning, Su Luan spent money to buy the title of honorary nobility. Of course, this title also had some advantages, such as no restrictions on travel and some aristocratic privileges. These nobles' titles were only knights. They were lifelong. Most of the second sons of nobles who did not have the right to inherit were also honorary nobles. Another type of nobles were development nobles. As long as one bought a development order, they could become a development nobleman. However, whether one could succeed in the end depended on their own ability. Most of the king's territories were managed by the palace nobles who served the royal family. After the army was reorganized, Sulen issued a transfer order to the royal territories closest to Sanfelto city. He asked the palace nobles in the surrounding cities to report to the king's city. These cities were only 60 kilometers away from the nearest one. The furthest one was only 80 kilometers away. They were all medium-sized cities with a population of around 30,000 people. After sending out the messengers, Sulen ordered the army to prepare for war. Chapter 452. Just as Sulen was waiting for the replies from the city managers, another piece of news arrived. Marquis Savoy's army had been stopped by the rebels. When Sulen received this news, he was very surprised. Marquis Savoy was a legendary knight, and the army he led was quite strong as well. On the other hand, the nobles at the border were not even conferred knights, let alone legendary knights. Their army was also pieced together. However, this motley crew was able to stop Marquis Savoy's attack. After reading the information, Sulen finally understood that the reason why the nobles were able to stop Marquis Savoy's attack was not only because of their geographical advantage, but also because of the intervention of another country. The few rebellious nobles were bordering the Bane Kingdom. No one knew what price they had paid to get the Bane Kingdom to help them. The Bane Kingdom had sent an army of 5,000 men and a few palace mages, successfully stopping Marquis Savoy's army at Kaman Mountain Pass. The most powerful among the few nobles was Count Cecil. His territory took up half of the rebellious nobles' territories, and Chili Wind City was the largest city there. It could be said that it had always been the largest city and transit point for trade with the Bane Kingdom. These nobles were almost completely dependent on the Bane Kingdom economically, so they were closer to the Bane Kingdom. When the Florentine king was replaced, the nobles in Chili Wind City rebelled. When they found out that Sulen had ordered Marquis Savoy to go on an expedition, they immediately surrendered to the Bane Kingdom, hoping to borrow the Bane Kingdom's strength to go against Sulen. In the beginning, this piece of land had always been contested between the Florentine Kingdom and the Bane Kingdom. Since 100 years ago, after the Florentine Kingdom had completely won, this piece of land had been occupied by Florence. After the relationship between the two countries had gradually eased, this place had become an outpost for trade between the Florentine Kingdom and the Bane Kingdom. Originally, the strongest people here were only a few knight commanders. According to Surin and Marquis Savoy's plan, the army could easily wipe out the rebels. However, when they arrived, they discovered that the nobles had built a fortress at Carmen Pass. Carmen Pass was a mountain pass in the Carrillo Mountains. The narrowest part of it was only 150 meters wide. It was the largest and smoothest mountain pass from the Kingdom of Florence to Chili Wind City. The other passages were all rugged mountain roads, and it was impossible for an army to pass through. Therefore, after they blocked this passage, the Kingdom of Florence could only attack by force. Originally, the Marquis of Savoy thought that he could rely on his own strength to break through the barrier. After all, a legendary knight could easily defeat thousands of enemies. However, he never thought that Count Cecil had already joined forces with the Bern Kingdom. There were 5 high-grade wizards guarding this checkpoint. Legendary knights were powerful, but as a proper knight, the Marquis of Savoy did not have any magical abilities. When faced with spells, he was often at a disadvantage. If he was not careful, he would even be injured by a high-grade wizard. Otherwise, the warriors wouldn't have the title of Silk Warrior. Although the traditional warriors and knights were strong in close combat, the wizards had too many ways to deal with them. Just a maze spell was enough to make them dizzy. On the other hand, the wizards were different. They had mastered a large number of spells that allowed them to deal with almost any situation. A legendary wizard who was prepared was almost invincible. This was why the wizards had such a high status in this world. It was because of the existence of these wizards that the Marquis of Savoy could not use his power. In addition, the 150-meter-long city wall directly blocked the Marquis of Savoy's army outside. Now, the Marquis of Savoy had no choice but to ask for help from Sulen. After knowing that the Bern Kingdom had supported Coldwind City, Sulen's face became gloomy. Things had become a little troublesome. This was his first battle since he ascended the throne. If he did not obtain a clean victory, the lords in the north who had already surrendered would likely rebel again. Sulen did not have the slightest doubt about this. Creatures like nobles were born with the talent of flattering the strong and stepping on the weak. Once they found out that Sulen was not as powerful as they thought, the entire kingdom of Florence would be in a complete mess. It could be said that the Marquis of Savoy's expedition could only be a victory for Sulen. After hearing about the Marquis of Savoy, Sulen had already made a decision. Hathaway was studying the Enigma technology and had no time to go there. Moreover, there were only a few high-grade wizards. Sending Hathaway there was a complete waste of her talent. Therefore, Sulen thought for a moment and decided to send Alex, Karina, or Grace. The 2 4th-grade spellcasters could easily take care of the level 3 wizards. After making the decision, Sulen found Alex and asked her to go with Karina to help the Marquis of Savoy. In the North Wind Tower, after receiving Su Luan's order, Karina didn't hesitate and directly went to the front line with Alex. There were also 10 winged people with them. These winged people were Alex's people, and they were going to protect their queen. Hathaway had just finished her study. The Enigma knowledge involved a lot of knowledge. During this period, Hathaway would spend 2 hours every day studying it. Then, she would take some time to study other knowledge. In the afternoon, she would study the corpse of the brain hunter that Sulen sent back in the laboratory. This brain hunter's corpse was quite valuable. It could be used to make a few outstanding magic items. Hathaway was thinking about how to make it. There were many monsters of this level in the multiverse, but there were also very few of them. The strongest monster in the multiverse was the Ancient Abhorrence. Their full name was Abhorrence from the Ancient Era. It was said that they were powerful monsters that had existed since the Ancient Era. That period belonged to the era of the giant dragons. The entire multiverse was ruled by the giant dragons. During that period, the giant dragons were far more powerful than they were now. Just like the Dragon Kings, their bodies alone could reach tens of thousands of meters or even larger. Later, because the existence of the giant dragons affected the development of the multiverse began to restrict the giant dragons. In order to survive, the giant dragons could only shrink their bodies generation by generation. The Ancient Abhorrence was passed down from that period. To be able to be hated by the powerful giant dragons, one could imagine how powerful these monsters were. Of course, the most powerful Abhorrence creatures were the Abhorrence dragons. There were also Abhorrence dragons, blue diamond dragons, spirit demon dragons, stardust dragons, rainbow dragons, and so on. There was also the Centimanes. These monsters were not easy to deal with. For example, the Abhorrence dragon was a walking nuclear weapon. The dragon's breath was equivalent to an atomic explosion. This thing was really an existence that could destroy an entire plane. Many of the ancient Abhorrence actually had the bloodline of the gods. It could be said that they were a type of Abhorrence. Other than monsters like the ancient abhorrence, the next level were monsters like the ancient evils. These monsters were also very difficult to deal with. They were almost at the advanced legendary level. Below them were the abhorrence monsters, which corresponded to the legendary level. The lowest level of ordinary monsters generally did not exceed the legendary level. Most of the material planes were like this. The brain hunter that Su Len killed last time was, strictly speaking, an ancient evil level monster. Monsters at the level of the Archean hatred were very rare now. They had basically been destroyed or sealed by the Order Ancient Gods. Of course, there were still some Archean hatred that had fallen into a deep slumber, and some were living in some corners of the astral plane. For example, the abhorrence dragons and blue diamond dragons. These kinds of creatures were not even provoked by the gods. In order to get rid of the ancient abhorrence, the Order Ancient Gods had paid a heavy price. Now, many monsters like the ancient evils in the multiverse had been sealed. Many monk monasteries were suppressing the ancient evils. How many pieces of equipment can be made with these materials? Su Len looked at the brain hunter that had been cut up and asked. 5 or 6 pieces. Hathaway didn't even raise her head as she said, this brain hunter's body is badly damaged. Otherwise, it would be able to make at least 2 pieces of legendary equipment. The remaining materials can only be used to make 1 piece of legendary equipment. The rest can be used to make high-grade magic items. 1 nen. Su Len nodded without hesitation. Other than these materials, we need other materials. Hathaway looked at some of the inventory and said. See if these are enough. Su Len took out all kinds of magic materials he had accumulated. Seeing Su Len take out adamantine, mithril, orichalcum, star iron, high-quality magic gems, and many other materials, Hathaway widened her eyes in surprise. So many. Did you rob the giant dragon's vault? The giant dragon wouldn't have so many rare materials. Su Len said proudly. Indeed. Hathaway nodded. The giant dragon has more gold. They don't have this kind of advanced magic metal. Su Luen smiled faintly. What kind of equipment are you going to make this time? Hathaway looked at the materials in front of her and said. Can you make something to defend against psychic attacks? Su Len asked. There were not many psychic items. This kind of attack was very subtle and could be sneak attacked if one was not careful. Su Len originally only had 1 defensive ring. Now that it was completed, he naturally wanted to take it back. Yes, these materials can be made into leather armor, some rings, amulets, accessories, and so on. The skin of a brain hunter was very tough. Ordinary swords would not be able to leave a wound on it. Moreover, its skin had very high magic resistance. It was very suitable to be used to make leather armor. As for making wizard robes, it was probably not enough. The body of a brain hunter was too damaged to make a wizard robe. Chapter 453. Although the brain hunters looked very disgusting and their skin was yellow in color and looked like a brain, the material of their skin was really good. It could almost be compared to dragon skin. The dragon skin here was not the skin of a lesser dragon, but the skin of a true giant dragon. It's a pity that the magic energy particle railgun was too ruthless. Half of the brain hunter's body was damaged. Otherwise, it would be more than enough to make a wizard robe. Hathaway looked at the brain hunter's body with some regret. The brain hunter's body was not small, but it had tentacles, eyes, and a sac that stored its brain. Its intact skin was very limited, and most of it was damaged. There was not much that could be used. The skin could be made into leather armor, and the brain hunter's eyes were also good stuff. They were the part of the brain hunter's body that emitted energy. It had high spiritual resistance and magic power, so it could be used to make offensive or defensive items. The other parts could be used to make many items. Basically, this brain hunter's body could be used to its fullest potential. While Su Len and Hathaway were making magic items in the Northwind Tower, Alex and Karina led their men to the northwest of San Felto City. The Marquis of Savoy was currently confronting the few rebellious nobles. Khammam Mountain Pass could be said to be easy to defend and hard to attack. The narrowest part was 150 meters, and the path was rugged. In such a place, it was impossible to use one's strength. Even if the Marquis of Savoy brought 10,000 elites, it would be useless. As for the Marquis of Savoy, although he could charge up the city wall, he would not be able to gain a foothold. As a legendary knight, Savoy could not fly, so the wizards could exhaust him with flying spells. The Marquis of Savoy had been trapped here for an entire month. Of course, even if they could not break through the pass, the rebellious army did not dare to fight back. Once they left the pass, even with the help of the few high-grade wizards, the Marquis of Savoy was confident that he could defeat them. However, the rebellious army did not respond at all. No matter how much the Marquis of Savoy yelled and threatened, they would not fight. It was obvious that they were going to wear them out. They were backed by the territory and had an abundance of food and resources. The rations that the Marquis of Savoy's army could only be transported from other places. If this continued, the Marquis of Savoy would not be willing to seek help from Sulen. For the Marquis of Savoy, who had just joined Sulen, failing his first mission would directly affect his importance in Sulen's heart. After struggling for a long time, he finally asked for help from Sulen. Alex and Karina moved quickly. It only took them 2 days to reach Khammam Mountain Pass. They then went straight to the main camp of the Marquis of Savoy. Sir Marquis, there are 2 wizards who said they were sent by His Majesty to see you. Just as Savoy was having a headache over how to break through the Khammam Pass and pacify the rebellious nobles, a personal guard hurried in to report. Sorcerer sent by His Majesty. Invite him in. Savoy's eyes flashed with joy. The guard turned around and was about to leave, but the Marquis of Savoy stopped him. Forget it. I'll go greet them myself. Sir, you are the commander of an army. How can you greet them yourself? The guard tried to persuade him. All right, no need to persuade me anymore. I know what I'm doing. The Marquis waved his hand. Then, he personally led a group of people to welcome Alex, Karina, and the others. At the same time, he ordered his men to prepare a welcome banquet. Marquis of Savoy, there's no need to prepare. The situation is urgent. Alex said, His Majesty Sulen sent us here as soon as he received your request for help. How strong are the enemies? Your Excellencies, I'll get straight to the point. The Marquis of Savoy smiled awkwardly and said, the Khammam Pass is in a unique location. The rebels have built a fortress at the narrowest part of the pass. With our strength, we could have won even in this terrain. At most, we would have lost a few soldiers. However, the rebels have sent 5 high-grade wizards. Our soldiers are no match for them. Even when I personally led an attack, it was stopped by them. As long as you can help me deal with or delay those 5 high-grade wizards, I have full confidence that we can break through this pass. The Marquis of Savoy said without hesitation. 5 high-grade wizards, right? Are you sure they only have a few wizards here? Alex asked. I'm sure, Your Excellency. If they had more wizards, they would have launched a counterattack long ago instead of wasting their time here. The Marquis of Savoy nodded. That's good. Bring your men and continue attacking the city tomorrow. As for those wizards, leave them to me and Karina, Alex said. All right. Hearing Alex's promise, the Marquis of Savoy was overjoyed. He had been stuck here for an entire month. He had to eliminate the rebels as soon as possible to maintain his position in front of Sulen. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, there was movement in the army to quell the rebellion. Troops quickly gathered after breakfast. Some of these troops were the private soldiers of the Marquis of Savoy, while others were the troops of the nobles under him. There were also some mercenaries who had come to seek refuge with him. The entire army took half an hour to gather. They then began to enter the Khammam Pass in batches. The Khammam Pass was shaped like an hourglass. It was wide in 2 sections and narrowed as one went in. Finally, it was only 150 meters wide in the middle of the pass. Now, this passage was blocked by a 20-meter-tall wall. On both sides of the wall were steep cliffs that ordinary people couldn't climb. The rebels had already received the news and were ready for the Marquis of Savoy's army to attack. Looking at the mottled brown marks on the wall, the Marquis of Savoy's face turned cold. Those marks were the bloodstains left behind by the deaths of his soldiers. They had already turned dark brown. The thick smell of blood in front of the fortress couldn't be dispersed even by the biting wind. The north wind whistled, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. It was now winter. The Marquis of Savoy had to break through this place before the first snow of the year. Then, he would occupy a city. Otherwise, the biting cold of winter would severely reduce the number of his troops. It was already 9 in the morning. Seeing that the army was ready, the Marquis of Savoy didn't hesitate to give the order to attack the city. After fighting a few times, the Marquis of Savoy had already probed the enemy's strength. After having the mercenaries as the vanguard, he arranged for the elite troops to follow. The Marquis of Savoy wore an excellent knight's plate armor. He pointed his sword and said, "All troops, attack." The battle reached its climax as soon as it started. The army carried the ladders and watchtowers, braving the rain of arrows as they advanced quickly. One soldier after another climbed the ladders skillfully to attack the fortress. On the other hand, the soldiers on the city wall pushed down the scaling ladders and the watchtowers slowly advanced. These watchtowers, which were taller than the city wall, were filled with archers. When they arrived at the predetermined location, they immediately launched a rain of arrows to suppress the enemy. After gaining the upper hand, the archers on the walls were immediately suppressed. But soon, the rebels mobilized even more archers to counterattack. The space in the watchtowers was limited, so naturally, they couldn't compare to the number of archers on the walls. They used fire arrows. Even if the watchtowers were covered in cowhide to prevent fire, they were still set ablaze by the large number of fire arrows. The watchtower was ablaze, and the archers and soldiers on top of it ran down in fear. Some even jumped down directly from the watchtower. However, most people would be injured if they jumped down from a watchtower that was more than 20 meters high. Some unlucky fellows were burned to death by the flames. The sound of fighting filled the entire valley, and the smell of blood was nauseating. One watchtower was burned, but even more watchtowers were pushed up. Under the all-out attack, the rebels on the walls were completely suppressed. Seeing more and more soldiers climb up the walls, the rebels finally couldn't sit still. One by one, the high-ranking knights began to act. Under the leadership of these knights, the rebels quickly stabilized their position and repelled the first wave of attacks. Seeing this, the Marquis of Savoy wasn't surprised. After reorganizing the army, the second wave of attacks began. He personally led a team of high-ranking knights to attack. Even more siege weapons launched their attacks. The catapults continuously shot out fireballs, igniting a large number of siege weapons. Archers, far shot. A warrior in full armor drew his sword and shouted. His whole body was covered in armor, and his head was covered with a steel mask. Only his cold and sharp eyes could be seen. Following his order, the archers on the watchtower all knocked their arrows and knocked their arrows. One by one, the bows were pulled back to their maximum. Bang! 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 The dull sound of bowstrings being released rang out. Black clouds rose from the watchtowers and fell on the walls. After these arrows flew to the highest point, they fell at an even faster speed. A large number of rebels in leather armor were shot by these arrows, turning them into porcupines. At the same time, more archers began to counterattack under the cover of their shields. Some heavily armored and shield-wielding soldiers quickly ran up the cloud ladder. These soldiers were nimble and quickly climbed up into the air. The soldiers on the city wall raised their flying stones and smashed them down. A soldier who couldn't dodge in time fell down from the ladder that was more than 10 meters high. The high-ranking knights were like monkeys, jumping to the top of the ladder in a few jumps. Then, They jumped a few meters into the air and directly jumped onto the walls. They swung their swords and killed a few rebels around them. The high-ranking knights in the back quickly climbed up the walls and quickly opened up a place to rest. The soldiers in the back continued to rush up the ladder. At this moment, the high-ranking knights of the rebel army led their men to launch a counterattack. The narrow city wall became extremely chaotic. Every second, someone was killed. Due to the disadvantage in numbers, the Savoy army was constantly pushed back. It looked like they were about to be chased down the walls again. At this moment, a tall figure jumped down from the ladder. The sharp sword in his hand carried a biting cold wind and instantly killed a knight. It was the Marquis of Savoy. Chapter 454. Not good. Crossbowmen. Get into formation. Rows of heavy crossbowmen wearing chainmail armor quickly rushed out and formed 3 rows. The first row sat down, the second row squatted down, and the third row stood up. The heavy crossbows were quickly loaded. More than half of the wall was blocked by these people. The heavy crossbows that required ordinary people to step on were loaded by these people with their hands. They then set up the crossbows and aimed at the Marquis of Savoy who had just rushed up. Seeing that all the crossbowmen were ready, the commander at the side immediately waved his sword and roared, "Fire!" Pang! 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 The sound of bowstrings being released was instantly heard. Bolts shot out like lightning. These people did not care that there were many of their own soldiers in front of the crossbow formation. The Marquis of Savoy's expression changed slightly. He killed the enemy in front of him with his sword, then picked up the soldier's corpse with one hand and used it as a shield. Pang! 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 Dull sounds of impact rang out. The corpse in front of him was instantly shot into a hedgehog. At such a close distance, even a plate could not withstand the barrage of heavy crossbows. After the first wave of crossbow bolts, the Marquis of Savoy used his arm to throw the heavy corpse away. He then took advantage of the time when the crossbowmen were reloading to roar and charge forward. The Marquis of Savoy charged into the formation of crossbowmen like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The crossbowmen around him could not resist at all and were easily killed. Under the Marquis of Savoy's lead, more and more soldiers rushed up. It seemed that this section of the wall would be taken over by them. Curse of weakness. Slow. Stun. Rays of light suddenly lit up, and the Marquis of Savoy's fierce attacks were instantly interrupted. His originally nimble body suddenly became weak, and even his speed slowed down. However, this feeling did not last long. He quickly recovered. Fireball. Frost spear. Lightning fall. Wind shackles. The rays of light from the spells at the front had yet to dissipate. Following that, more rays of light rose up, and one spell after another was thrown at the Marquis of Savoy. High mage armor. Dispel magic. Counterspell. At this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in midair. It was Alex, Karina, and the others. With a flash of light, a protective barrier appeared around Savoy's body. The spells that were flying towards him were immediately dispelled. The wizards who were casting spells turned pale with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. This was the backlash they received after their spells were disrupted. As 4th-grade spellcasters, the two of them cast flight and invisibility to hide in mid-air, waiting for the sorcerers to make their move. To them, these magi were an entire grade lower than them. They were no match for them. This time, he hit at the side and launched a sneak attack, injuring several magi in an instant. Not good, it's the Grand Magus. The moment the high-grade wizards saw Alex and Karina, their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't care less about the spell backlash and tried to cast teleportation spells to escape. Although there was only a single rank difference between a high-grade wizard and a grand wizard, it was more than enough to kill them. Streaks of spiritual light rose up, and spatial fluctuations appeared. The teleportation spiritual light had already appeared. Dimensional anchor. Just as the teleportation spell was about to take shape, the dimensional anchor instantly marked the few of them under the sorcerer's despairing gazes. The magic aura that had been gathering quickly dissipated in an instant. Group stun. Group human immobilization. 2 more spiritual lights rose up, and the magi who had just been disrupted felt dizzy. In the next second, their bodies were controlled. All right, we have taken care of these magi. The rest is up to you. Alex gently waved her arm, and streaks of wind elemental quickly gathered into a wind elemental chain in her hand. The chain danced in the air and quickly tied up the magi. Thank you for your help, Lord Magus. Leave the rest to us. Savoy said respectfully. He then shouted and led the knights to charge forward again. The morale of Savoy's army was boosted when they saw how easily the wizards were taken down. They charged forward without a care for their own safety. As for the rebels who were defending the city, they were scared out of their wits when they saw the wizards they had high hopes for being wiped out. Their morale plummeted, and the defensive line that was barely holding on crumbled instantly. Many of the soldiers threw down their weapons and fled. Seeing this, Savoy was overjoyed. It only took them 2 hours to completely take over the fortress. After taking over the fortress, Marquis Savoy handed the matter over to his generals. He personally thanked Alex and Karina. Alex and Karina greeted him briefly and sent him away. They were now busy interrogating the 5 high-grade magi. Although high-grade magi were not strong in front of them, they were still the backbone of a Magus organization. Sulen suspected that there was a Magus organization supporting the Burn Kingdom. Karina was very good at interrogating people. It was their traditional skill. Dealing with these magi was a piece of cake. It didn't take long for the adepts to come clean about everything that had happened. These magi were the Burn Kingdom's consecrators. They were specially sent to help defend Coldwind City. In the end, they were all captured by Alex and Karina. At the same time, Karina also learned about the Burn Kingdom situation. The Burn Kingdom had been developing well these past few years. The Burn Kingdom's king's confidence had grown. When he saw the rebellion in the Kingdom of Florence, he wanted to take over Coldwind City. The 5 high-grade magi were all captured, and half of the soldiers were killed. Even Coldwind City could not be saved. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. As for the other consecrators of the Burn Kingdom, the strongest one was a 4th-grade magus. However, after losing 5 high-grade magi, the Burn Kingdom only had 2 or 3 consecrators left. According to Sulen, he did not plan to kill these captured high-grade magi. Wizards were one of the few high-grade magi in this world. He would be crazy to do that. He planned to make these magi sign a contract and serve him. Alex and Karina set up a temporary teleportation circle and connected it to the Northwind Tower. Powerful elemental fluctuations surrounded it, and the magic circle drawn on the ground slowly lit up. Then, a flash of light appeared, and a teleportation light appeared. Alex controlled the 5 high-grade magi to enter the teleportation circle. They felt dizzy, and in the next second, they appeared in the Magus Tower. This long-distance group teleportation experience is so bad. Alex shook her dizzy head and said. The other magi who teleported with her were even worse. Their faces were pale, and they were vomiting on the ground. It took them a while to recover. Although Alex looked weak, she wasn't a human. Just her physical fitness alone wasn't any weaker than a Grand Knight. As soon as Alex returned to the North Wind Tower, Surin, who had received the news, hurried over. His eyes lit up when he saw the high-grade wizards. The North Wind Tower was currently lacking a large number of tool wizards, and there were many jobs that the wizard apprentices couldn't do. Now that there were 5 more high-grade wizards, it was just right for them to do it. Thank you for your hard work, Alex. Suluan hugged Alex's soft body and kissed her. Hee, these people are too stupid. It didn't take much effort. Alex smiled proudly. Sulen reached out and rubbed Alex's head. After a while, I'll give you a gift. A gift? What kind of gift? Alex asked in surprise. Sulen smiled and pinched her nose. It won't be a surprise if I tell you. You will know when the time comes. I promise you won't be disappointed. Stop pinching my nose, Alex said as she dodged Sulen's hand. All right, let's deal with these magi first. Suluan let go of Alex, and then let her manipulate these wizards to come to the dungeon in the wizard tower. At the same time, he lifted the human body fixing spell on these wizards, and only tied them up with wind bondage. Let me go. I can pay the ransom, the magi said as soon as he woke up. He let out a sigh of relief. Ransom? I don't need money. Sulen shook his head. Then what do you want? The magi asked in confusion. Hee hee. You are now my prisoners. Sulen smiled. Sign this contract, and I will let you go. Sulen looked at the magi in front of him with a smile. His squinted eyes made the magi around him feel uneasy. When they saw the content of the contract, the magi's face changed instantly. 100 years? No, I won't sign it. You are treating us like slaves. One of the magi shouted. Yes, 100 years is too long. I won't sign it even if I die. The magi around him shouted. Bang! Sulen slammed the table. You don't want to sign it? You are my prisoners now. Sulen snorted and stretched out his arm. A weapon with lightning flashing appeared in front of them. You have two choices now. Sign the contract, or let us send you to meet the Grim Reaper. Sulen said coldly. Facing the storm battle halberd, the magi became more nervous. Lightning flashed around them, and countless lightning snakes slithered back and forth in the air. The magi felt their bodies go numb. It was as if they were going to be killed in the next moment. Ahem, Mr. Magi, we think 100 years is too long. Can you shorten it a little? One of the magi hesitated and said. Chapter 455. Too long. Sulen shook his head. 100 years won't decrease. We're wizards. We're not slaves. You can't do this to us. The wizards were a little agitated. As expected, getting an adept to submit and work like a slave was a very troublesome matter. However, Sulen wasn't disappointed. He silently gave Alex a look. While the wizards were arguing with Sulen, he secretly cast a spell. Telepathy. A faint beam of light rose from Alex's body and quickly enveloped the adepts around him. If you insist, then I have no choice. I'd love to have more people in my wizard tower, but if you don't want to, then I'll have to send you back to the river Styx. Sulen's lips curved up into an evil smile. The storm battle halberd in Abel's hand shone brightly, and the binding of wind chains on these wizards became tighter. Every time they tried to secretly channel their mana to cast a spell, the binding of wind chains would bind them and interrupt their channeling of mana. Seeing the storm battle halberd getting closer and closer, the wizards began to panic. At first, they were calm because Sulen wanted them to work for him. They knew the value of a wizard, so when Sulen asked for 100 years, they knew that Sulen wouldn't give them up. They didn't have to worry about their lives. This was also the reason why they dared to bargain with Suluan as prisoners. However, the situation didn't seem right. They seemed to have made a mistake. It seemed like Sulen really wanted to kill them. I'm still young. I'm a high-grade wizard. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I can't die so easily. I don't want to die. The cold blade had already touched his neck, and the wizard could no longer withstand the pressure. His body trembled as he said, Stop, stop. Sir, I agree. I agree to your conditions. The storm battle halberd stopped, and the wizard felt a warm liquid dripping down from his neck. It was his own blood. The wizard broke out in a cold sweat when he felt the blood flowing out. Su Len smiled and gently put away the storm battle halberd. He then said with a smile, "Looks like you've thought it through. I like people like you who know what's good for you. Isn't it just 100 years? You have to look at things from both sides. The Northwind Tower doesn't have many people. This is a legendary wizard tower. You're lucky to be working here. Normal high-grade wizards don't even have the qualifications to work here. As for 100 years, it's not a long time for wizards. You can also learn a lot of high-grade spells here without spending a penny. Most of the time, you can't even buy this kind of knowledge with money. All in all, you've made a lot of money this time." Surin patted the shoulders of these high-grade wizards and said. Then he took out a spell contract made by Hathaway from the storage space. The material of this spell contract was the skin of a hydra. Hathaway had made all kinds of terms and conditions, and all of them had been engraved with runes. The terms and conditions on this spell contract were exactly what Su Len had mentioned. After the 5 high-grade wizards looked through it and found no problems, they left their soul imprints on it. Seeing that the 5 of them had signed the contract, Su Len also left his soul imprint on it. After everyone had signed the contract, Su Len snapped his fingers. A ray of light rose, and a blue elemental flame suddenly burned on the spell contract. Soon, the entire contract was devoured by the elemental flame and disappeared completely. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and merged with the bodies of Su Len and the 5 wizards. As soon as the light entered their bodies, it moved to their arms. Finally, a lightning symbol appeared on their arms. This spell contract made from the skin of a hydra and made by Hathaway was very powerful. Even a legendary demon couldn't resist it after signing it, let alone the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him. The power of this contract was not inferior to a soul contract at all. It was even safer. After the contract was completed, Alex also quietly removed the telepathic suggestion spell. Su Len spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, the contract is complete. See, didn't we successfully reach an agreement? Alex, hurry up and remove the magic chains on them. They are our slaves of the North Wind Tower. Tui, they are partners. We can't let them get hurt. We still need them to work." Su Len said enthusiastically to the wizards, Come, get up. The ground is cold. Since you are already one of us, let me tell you about your benefits. First of all, housing. Each of you will have a room of 30 square meters in the Wizard Tower. Every month, you will be allocated some magic materials for experiments. At the same time, the laboratory will be open to you. The first 3 floors of the library in the Wizard Tower will be free of charge. The rest will require the corresponding contribution points. Apart from that, the fees for the seclusion rooms, magic potions, and materials will also be distributed to you in accordance with the regulations. There will be a booklet about your specific benefits in a while, as well as the following obligations you will need to fulfill. Every month, you will need to complete a certain amount of magic enchantment, magic potion refinement, various upgrade and modification plans, rune material production, and so on. Only after all of these are completed will you be able to enjoy the benefits mentioned before. Sullen's eyes swept back and forth across the wizards. He then revealed a sinister smile and continued. I don't think you will ever want to enjoy some of these punishments. In this territory, there is a nest of harpies. Many of them are low-grade harpies in heat. Hearing Sullen's words, the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him shuddered. Their faces instantly turned pale. Hee, cheer up. Don't be so depressed. Isn't it just 100 years? I always abide by the spirit of the contract. Under normal circumstances, I persuade people with reason. Just like just now, didn't we have a pleasant conversation? Su Len brought the 5 high-grade wizards who had just signed a contract to tour the Northwind Tower. Come, let's have a laugh. This is a legendary wizard tower. Soon, Su Len brought them to the control center of the wizard tower. Milky Way, register the permissions for these new employees. A cold mechanical voice sounded, Yes, Master. Scanning soul waves, please wait. Recording soul information recording complete, registration complete. Default to level F visitor permissions. Master, please confirm their permissions. Give them level D permissions then. Sulen said directly. Permissions upgraded. Current permissions to level D. Milky Way's cold mechanical voice sounded again. After checking that there were no problems, Sulen turned to the high-grade wizards and said, "All right, the permissions have been arranged for you. Now, you can go and familiarize yourself with the wizard tower and your own permissions. I'll give you a break for today. From tomorrow onwards, you will officially start working." Looking at the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him, Sulen only felt refreshed. Such good leaks. He could harvest them continuously for 100 years. With their talent, 100 years was more than enough for them to level up to a level 4 wizard. Sulen only needed to pay a very low price to get 5 high-quality, cheap laborers. From the day they met, 007 was their daily life. It was not impossible for them to take another step forward. After all, with the strength of a wizard, it was completely possible for them to withstand it. With these 5 cheap laborers, the production of magic potions and magic tools in the northern town would greatly increase. When it came to the exploitation of labor, the most famous was the liches. Those liches would not only make you work while you were alive, but even if you were dead, they would also use spells to revive you and continue to work for them. 007 was simply too weak. There was no rest, no holidays, and no need to eat. He had to work 24 hours a day. Even the capitalists in the previous world would shed tears for him. Looking at the contracts on their bodies, the 5 unnamed high-grade wizards wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Just like that, they had sold the rest of their lives. They looked at Sulen and then looked at Alex beside him. It was said that there was a legendary wizard in the wizard tower. The high-grade wizards' hearts sank. At the same time, they told themselves that they were men. A great wizard knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Even a giant dragon could endure the humiliation of being under its crotch and become the mount of a dragon knight. Their contract of 100 years was nothing. It was just 100 years. They just had to endure it. Also, the concentration of elemental energy here was so high. Every breath of air was as sweet as milk. Every cell in their body was greedily sucking in the elemental particles around them. This environment was so good. With the rich elemental energy, it might be a good choice to work here. After coming to the seclusion room, the high-grade wizards suddenly had an idea after feeling the rich elemental energy. Maybe things are not as bad as I thought. There's also the knowledge in the library. As a legendary wizard, the books in his library will not disappoint me. If I join such a powerful organization, at least I won't have to worry about safety and all kinds of magic knowledge in the future. Chapter 456. After arranging the 5 tools, Sulen no longer paid any attention to them. The tasks for these tools were already set. From tomorrow onwards, Milky Way would give them all sorts of tasks. Enjoy these last moments of leisure. The materials obtained from the brain hunters were made into magic tools by Hathaway. The skin of the brain hunters was made into a leather armor. The leather armor was made by Grace herself. In the northern town, the half-elf Grace's tailoring skills were the best. In order to make this leather armor, Hathaway spent a lot of materials. Just the runic circle on the leather armor used 5 ounces of mithril and 1 ounce of astral sand. She also used 3 high-quality magic gems to make this leather armor. Hathaway named this leather armor, Deathwalker. This leather armor was already considered a legendary magic tool. It could be Sulen's most powerful magic tool other than the Storm War Halberd. Deathwalker, leather armor, quality, legendary, material, brain hunter's skin, mithril, etc. This is a legendary leather armor made from brain hunter's skin that was meticulously sewn by a master tailor. It has powerful defense and unimaginable magical effects. Defense plus 35, magic resistance plus 50, evasion plus 10, agility plus 3, special effect, immune to mind control, special skill, alternate space travel, 3/day, mind attack, 1/day, Death Walker, was a very powerful equipment. Although it was a leather armor, it had better defense than a plate armor. It also had strong elemental resistance. According to Hathaway's tests, spells with less than 50 damage would not cause any damage to him. One must know that the fireball spell only had 35 damage. At the same time, this leather armor also strengthened his resistance. Because it was made from the skin of a brain hunter, this leather armor was immune to mind control. It could be said that this attribute was its most powerful attribute. In future battles, Su Len would not have to worry about mind control spells. In addition to these, this leather armor also increased evasion and agility. It also had some of the brain hunter's special characteristics, space travel. Although it wasn't as powerful as the original brain hunter, it was still pretty good. As long as it could see a place, it could instantly pass through. In addition, this leather armor also had the mental attack of the brain hunter. Since the brain hunter was dead, the effect of its mental attack was greatly reduced, and the brain-sucking effect was impossible. However, the mental attack was still there. It could launch a mental attack on an enemy, and if successful, it would stun the enemy for 2 seconds. Of course, other than these attributes, the most important thing about this leather armor was that it was very cool. Grace's intense tailoring skills were vividly displayed on this leather armor. The effect of this leather armor was godly for any close combat profession. It would also increase Sullen's strength. Su Len did not hesitate and directly put it on. This leather armor could be said to be the best magical equipment in this batch of equipment. Hathaway did not waste the remaining materials. In addition to this leather armor, there was still some brain hunter's skin left. The skin was damaged in the eye area, so it could not be made into large equipment. Hathaway used the skin to make 2 pairs of gloves. The effects of these gloves were not bad. After wearing it, it did not affect the flexibility of the fingers at all. At the same time, it could also protect the palm. Moreover, because the skin was originally near the brain hunter's eyes, there was an alternate space that originally stored the brain. This was also left behind by Hathaway and added other materials to expand it. Finally, each pair of gloves had an alternate space of 1 cubic meter that could be used to store items. Dark Knight Gloves, high magic item, material, brain witcher skin, void stone, orichalcum. This is a pair of gloves made from the skin of a brain witcher, a decent magic item, defense plus 15, magic resistance plus 40, hand only, agility plus 23, attack speed plus 8, strength plus 5, special effect, dimensional space. Su Len used 1 pair of gloves and gave the other pair to Phyllis. To be honest, this equipment did not increase his strength by much, but it was still a good equipment. The remaining brain hunter's eyes were also very good materials. Many of the brain hunter's magical abilities and psychic abilities were used by the brain hunter's eyes. Therefore, the brain hunter's eyes had a special magic power. After the brain hunter's eyes were taken out of its body and soaked in a special potion, they would become as hard as gemstones and looked very beautiful. The brain hunter had 7 eyes on its body, and the rest of its eyes were completely destroyed by the particle cannon. The remaining 7 eyeballs were also made into magical equipment. This kind of gemstone was usually made into a necklace or ring. Hathaway made 3 rings and 4 necklaces. Su Len looked at the attributes and found that they were not bad. Dark Knight Necklace, high-rank magic item, material, eye, orichalcum, mithril. This necklace is made from the eye of a brain hunter and has a mystical effect. Vision plus 5, charm plus 3, magic resist plus 15, magic resist plus 20, spirit resist plus 15, additional skills, mind control plus 1/day, eye of truth, permanent. The necklace came with 2 spells. One of them, mind control, could be used to control a unit that was not higher than the user's own level. It could be used on humans or monsters, but it was ineffective on legendary creatures. If the target's mental resistance was successful and the mind control failed, the target would also be stunned for 1 second. It could be said that this spell was very good for controlling people or stunning enemies. The other skill, True Eye, was also good. Its effect was to see through most of the magic effects such as illusions, stealth, shadow travel, and invisibility. It was very effective against those who liked to sneak attack. Of course, if the opponent's magic was too high, True Eye might not be able to detect it. Dark Gaze, high magic item, material, eye, adamantine, mithril. This is a ring made with the eye of a brain hunter. Do you feel like you are being stared at by the Grim Reaper when you look at it? Vision +3, Charm +2, Magic Resistance +18, Magic Power +20, Spirit Resistance +15, Night Vision +30, Intimidation +10. Additional skills, Death Gaze +1/day, Spirit Intimidation +1/day. The ring also had 2 additional spells. Among them, Death Gaze was a spell that completely depended on one's luck. Death Gaze was an instant death spell. After this spell hit the target, it would go through a constitution and soul test. If the test failed, it would directly activate the effect of instant death. If the test passed, it would not cause any damage. Of course, it also had another function, which was to instantly kill targets with low vitality. This skill was called Lucky Emperor's Unlucky Detector. If the luck was good, it would directly send the target away. If the luck was bad, it would have no effect. In addition to this skill, the ring also had a mind intimidation skill. After using it, it would cause a mind shock to enemies within 20 yards. If the immunity failed, these people would be stunned for 3 seconds. If the test passed, it would cause 30 points of damage. In addition to these effects, the necklace and ring also had the effect of Eagle Eye. The equipment's vision bonus was almost 80% of Eagle Eye's range. Moreover, this effect was constant. It was basically a buff of Eagle Eye. Su-Len planned to give these 4 necklaces to Chris, Hathaway, Alex, and Phyllis. As for the ring, it was the same. Because there were only 3 rings, Phyllis already had a pair of gloves, so there was no ring. As for the remaining sharp claws and tentacles of the brain hunters, they were also collected by Hathaway. The brain hunters' thighs were very good materials for spears. The spears made of these materials were incomparably sharp and had strong penetrating power. Hathaway planned to make them later. Su-Len didn't use the remaining tentacles. These tentacles were a relatively rare material in many dark magic potions books. Some people even wanted to use them to make potions, but these potions had very strong side effects. Su-Len wouldn't use these potions. Of course, he could make them and sell them to others. He would keep these magic tools and send them to them when he had the time. After making these magic tools, Hathaway continued to study the knowledge of riddles. Northwind Tower was still not a complete wizard tower. One of the key problems was its defense. There were several types of defense in a wizard tower. The first type was some spell traps outside the wizard tower. Although they were simple, they were very effective. The second type was the wizard tower's own defense. Because most of the materials used in the wizard tower were obsidian and enchanted with hardening, the hardening effect was very good. Not only did it have strong defense, but it also had strong magic resistance. In the face of this kind of building, ordinary spells were basically useless. The fireball spell only blackened the wall and didn't even break the wall. The third type of defense was the enigma or magic barrier. Now that the first 2 defenses of the Northwind Tower had been completed, only the third enigma was left to research. The magic barrier was actually the initial stage of the enigma. The enigma was actually a powerful construct that integrated both attack and defense. The people in the enigma would also receive bonuses and have skills. The first enigma was made by the High Elves with the help of divine power. It could easily cover a forest or a city. The initial enigma technology of humans was far inferior to that of the elves. However, during the Arcane Empire, it was improved and optimized by the Arcanists and successfully created an enigma that could cover a city. From that moment on, the enigma became the standard of the floating city. Chapter 457. During the most glorious period of the Arcane Empire, large riddles were not only used for defense, but also for attack. There was a period of time when the highest defense command of the High Elves' riddles was, if a true dragon enters the range, automatically release the stored high-level spell sequence to attack the target. During that period, the dragons ran amok in the multiverse, and the High Elves were barely surviving under their influence. The elves and the arcanists had basically the same definition of enigma. It was a masterpiece of high-level magic skills, woven with magical energy. It was a powerful enchantment that covered an extremely wide area. It had a simple consciousness of its own, and it was a permanent enchantment or domain created by legendary spells. There were 4 main functions of riddles. The first was a protective enchantment. The riddles had a powerful protective enchantment, which was used to protect the area inside the riddles from outside the riddles. The second was a spell enchantment. This spell enchantment could be activated or deactivated automatically, and the target could be chosen. However, this spell usually would not be activated continuously. After all, the magic consumption was too high. The riddles created by the ancient High Elves could be activated for a long time because they once controlled a spell energy source. The riddles created by the arcanists had this effect after they had the mice energy core. The third was a forbidden spell. Within the range of the riddles, you could not use spells that were forbidden by the riddles. This was actually equivalent to a ban on magic. The fourth was a spell sequence. This was a spell that was stored in the riddles in advance. The spell could be activated by using specific gestures or specific words. There was no limit to the number of times the spell could be activated. Of course, the maker of the riddles could limit the number of times it could be activated to reduce the cost of the effect. There was a limit to the number of times the spell could be used, and it could only be activated a few times in 24 hours. The fifth was a permanent effect. This effect could not be directly described by a spell. It could only be divided into 3 levels. The primary effect was equivalent to a level 1 to level 3 spell or a low-level magical item. The intermediate effect was equivalent to a level 4 to level 6 spell or a mid-level magical item. The advanced effect was equivalent to a level 7 to level 9 spell or a high-level magical item. Hathaway had more or less mastered the puzzle technology, but it was still a bit difficult to make a complete puzzle. Making a puzzle required the cooperation of several legendary wizards. It was too much work to do with just one legendary wizard. Hathaway was the only legendary wizard in Northern Battlefront City. She would have to take it slow. There were a few grand wizards in Northern Battlefront City, but other than Alex, Karina, and Grace were all more inclined towards becoming legendary wizards. It would not be easy for them to become legendary wizards. As for the succubus Chrissy, she was also a wizard, so there was no hope for her. Just like Hathaway, Alex was a wizard and a sorcerer. However, compared to Hathaway, Alex's knowledge was not as solid. After all, she lived in the underground world and had little contact with the outside world. All her knowledge was inherited from her bloodline. It was only after she came to Northern Town City that she began to systematically learn all kinds of spells. If she wanted to master the riddle-weaving technique, she would have to wait until she became a legendary wizard. There was a special legendary spell for riddle-weaving. This spell needed to be made according to one's own ideas. The High Elves had far more talent than humans, but they still could not avoid the fate of decline. Their bloodline ability began to degenerate for unknown reasons. The former Elven Empire also fell apart. When the Elven Empire declined, humans began to rise. Before the rise of humans, the languages needed to cast spells were the ancient Elven language, dragon language, celestial language, demon language, and so on. However, after generations of human sages, they finally succeeded in replacing them with human language. It was these people who started the glory of human magic, the era of the Arcane Empire. Hathaway did not make a puzzle after she mastered the method of making one. After all, making a puzzle was a huge project, and it required the cooperation of many legendary wizards. The riddles built by the ancient arcanists were all built by a large number of arcanists. If it was a small puzzle that only covered a range of 1 or 200 meters, Hathaway could still build it with some time. However, the Northwind Tower was going to be upgraded into a floating space tower and a floating space city. Such a small puzzle was naturally not suitable. Hathaway temporarily put the puzzle making on hold and began to study some other information brought back by Su Len, elemental fission and elemental fusion. The earliest research on this technology was in the early days of the Arcane Empire. At that time, the Arcanists wanted to find a way to provide more energy sources. This technology brought about a new energy core, the elemental furnace. The energy provided by the elemental furnace was hundreds or even thousands of times more than the energy provided by the elemental pool of the same volume. However, this technology was soon replaced by a new technology, the mice energy nucleus. The mice energy nucleus could provide a huge amount of energy in a clean and stable manner, even more than the energy provided by elemental fission. Thus, the elemental furnace technology was sealed. The mice energy nucleus made the glorious era of the Arcane Empire. However, the mice energy nucleus technology was mastered by the great Arcanists, and it involved the gods. The mice energy nucleus required the help of the magic net to obtain almost endless energy. After the Arcane Empire and the gods went to war, this kind of thing was naturally not made anymore. After that, the Arcanists dug out the technology of elemental fission and elemental fusion from the pile of old papers. They wanted to make a more powerful elemental furnace to replace the mice energy nucleus. The theoretical knowledge of elemental fission had been around for a long time, but it was very difficult to turn the theory into reality. It was not difficult to detonate the energy all at once, but it was difficult to control the energy and release it steadily and continuously. If one was not careful and released it too quickly, it would no longer be an elemental furnace. It would be a catastrophe. It would be easy to destroy a city, so one had to be very careful. Elemental fusion was more difficult than elemental fission, and the energy released was thousands of times more than elemental fission. If elemental fusion was successfully mastered and the elemental furnace for elemental fusion was made, the energy core for building a large floating city would be directly solved. Elemental fusion had many advantages compared to elemental fission. Elemental fusion was almost pollution-free, while elemental fission had strong radiation pollution. However, the difficulty of achieving elemental fusion was not ordinary. With the current technical reserves of the North Wind Tower, there was still a long way to go before they could master elemental fusion. In addition to the elemental furnace technology, Hathaway began to try to repair the high-grade legendary golem Su Len brought back from the desert ruins. The strongest golem in the North Wind Tower was the steel golem, which was seriously inconsistent with the identity of a legendary wizard. If a legendary wizard did not have a few legendary golems, he would be embarrassed to go out and say hello to others. In addition to the precious materials to make a legendary golem, legendary soul crystals were also needed as the soul core of the golem. Su Len still had a few pieces of legendary soul crystals, which were enough to make a few legendary golems. Making a legendary golem required a lot of materials, including a lot of precious metals. If the North Wind Tower did not control the underground world and had a lot of mineral support, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. A stone golem cost 100,000 kinnar, an obsidian gargoyle cost 150,000 kinnar, and a steel golem cost 500,000 kinnar. As for the legendary golem, Su Len estimated that it would cost 3 to 5 million kinnar. Even Su Len felt a little pained at this price. As the saying went, a powerful wizard's power was like throwing money at people. North Wind Tower, Astrology Platform. Su Len and Hathaway were researching the elemental furnace together. They had long mastered the theory of elemental fission, and now the two were trying to design the blueprint of an elemental fission energy core. Suddenly, Milky Way's voice could be heard. "Master. Madam Chris has something important to report to you." "Let her in," Su Len said without raising his head. "Yes, Master." As soon as the voice fell, the tightly shut door of the laboratory slowly opened, and the little succubus Chris walked in. "What happened, Chris?" Su Len put down his notebook and got up to greet her. "Master, I just received news that the Grey Dwarves found a gold mine when they were exploring. There's adamantine inside. Chris said excitedly. Adamantine. Su Luan's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a fine gold ore, which was no less valuable than mithril. Part of the fine gold used in the North Town City was Su Luan's reward, and the other part was purchased with money. The quantity was seriously insufficient. He didn't expect to find a fine gold ore this time. The underground world was rich in resources. Hathaway, I have something to do, so I have to leave. You'll have to design the elemental fission yourself. Su Len said as he turned around. Go. I can finish the blueprint by myself. Hathaway said without raising her head. Su Len put away the documents and left the laboratory with Chris. Did you calculate the amount of gold you found? Su Len asked. Not yet. According to the Grey Dwarves who found the gold mine, the area around the gold mine is occupied by other monsters. They can't get too close. Chris did not know much. When she heard that adamantine had been found, she immediately came to tell Su Len. A while ago, there was a small earthquake in the underground world, but it didn't cause too many casualties. Only some of the mines collapsed, and there weren't many casualties. However, after the earthquake, we found a new tunnel. The gold mine was found in the underground cave behind the tunnel. Chapter 458. Su Len and Chris left the Northwind Tower and arrived at the underground world through the teleportation portal. They felt a slight dizziness, and the light dimmed. The two appeared at the teleportation portal in Crete. After a few months of development, the appearance of Crete had changed greatly. Thousands of kobold slaves, Grey Dwarves, and Taurens were all busy. In order to obtain labor, Crazy had captured all the kobold tribes nearby. Now, the underground world had a huge mining team of 20 to 30,000 people. Although the kobolds were not as efficient as the Grey Dwarves, their numbers could easily make up for it. Where is the Grey Dwarf who found the gold mine? Su Len asked as he sat in the hall. Please wait a moment, Master. I've already sent someone to inform him, a Grey Dwarf said respectfully. Soon, Su Len saw a muscular Grey Dwarf about 1.4 meters tall enter the hall. The Grey Dwarf was wearing old leather armor. His palms were thick with calluses, and he had a thick beard. Were you the one who found the gold mine and the fine gold mine? Su Len asked directly. My lord, I was the one who found the gold mine and the fine gold mine, the Grey Dwarf said respectfully. At the same time, he took out a piece of ore that reflected a metallic luster from his pouch. These are some samples of the ore I found in the vein. The Grey Dwarf held up the ore with both hands. Chris walked over and took it, then handed it to Su Len. Su Len weighed it lightly. It was heavy in his hand. There was a golden metal in the rock. It was gold. Beside the gold, there was another piece of metal that shone brighter. Su Len snapped his fingers, and a spiritual light rose from his body. It instantly merged with the ore in his hand. After a while, his eyes flashed with joy. It really is fine gold. Very good. You will be rewarded handsomely. With that, Su Len snapped his fingers, and with a flash of light, a wine barrel that was 1.2 meters tall appeared on the ground. It was filled with vodka, a specialty of Northern Town City. This is only a small part of the reward for you. Next, take us to see the gold mine. If everything is true, the reward will be given immediately, Su Len said with a smile. As long as you make a contribution, I will not be stingy with the reward. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. As soon as the barrel appeared, the Grey Dwarf's eyes were instantly attracted to it. He sniffed with his red nose, as if he was going to pounce on it in the next second. It's yours. Su Len snickered and snapped his fingers. With a flash of light, the lid of the wine barrel was opened. The rich aroma of wine spread out and the fragrant wine slowly flowed out. At the same time, a glass cup happened to catch the wine. Soon, a glass of vodka was filled. Su Luan handed the glass to the Grey Dwarf who had been scratching his head for a long time. The Grey Dwarf took the glass and took a big gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He drank half of the large glass in one go. Su Luan smiled. He did not overly oppress these Durgar. Instead, he used good wine and food to entice them, and then supplemented it with force. As for the Durgar's upper class, he had Chris directly control them, and they were easily under his control. After drinking vodka, the Durgar's original wine became tasteless. If they wanted to drink vodka, they could only work hard and use their points or money to buy it. This method was much better than the previous oppressive slavery, and the Durgar did not betray or riot. Burp. The Durgar burped in satisfaction, and his face became flushed. My lord, the gold mine is very wide. I can guarantee that there is a gold mine hidden in it. The Durgar raised his voice and said exaggeratedly, there is a lot of adamantine in it. Its value is immeasurable. Su Luan nodded slightly. He did not completely believe the Durgar's words. Durgars, like their cousins on the surface, like to boast. Speaking of which, it seemed that all the small people in this world had this hobby. Halflings, dwarves, gnomes, these people all had a habit of boasting. It was better to just take their words at face value. The truth should be at least half of what they said. Get ready. We will set off tomorrow for the newly discovered gold mine. Su Luan ordered, oh, and don't let him drink too much today. Otherwise, he will be drunk tomorrow. Yes, master. I will arrange it right away. Chris nodded and said. It was already late, and all kinds of preparations had not been made, so they could only wait until tomorrow to set off. The gold mine would not run away, so there was no need to be too anxious. There were many monsters in the underground world. Su Luan and the others had to bring enough people to deal with them when they set off tomorrow. The little succubus was very capable. After Su Luan gave the order, she immediately arranged everything properly. Night fell. Su Luan stood on the balcony of the Northwind Tower and looked down at the city below him. The construction of Northtown was still going on. The people who had migrated from all over the world were working hard with hope for a better life. The requirements of ordinary people were very simple. They only wanted a stable environment, a warm home, and a relatively wealthy life through their own efforts. The taverns and night markets in the city were brightly lit. The bustling noises were blown away by the night wind and finally dissipated in the darkness. Although it had only been established for less than 3 years, the development of Northern Town City was very fast. Now, there was even a night market here. However, the night market wasn't open all night. It would close around 11 p.m. However, the appearance of the night market also showed the prosperity of Northtown. In Sullen's design, the city below him was actually a part of the floating city. The various wonders in the city would also be covered by the floating city. There were too many problems to consider in the construction of the floating city. Su Luan wanted to build a floating city that could not only wander in the prime material plane, but also had to build a floating city with the ability to travel in the astral plane. Such a floating city could be completely self-sufficient even in the astral plane. It could float in the astral plane for hundreds or even thousands of years without having to worry about logistics. The floating city's population was about 50,000. At the same time, it also needed to control the population growth. The construction of houses also needed to save as much land as possible. Su Luan planned to build the residential area according to the residential areas in his previous life. It did not need to be too tall. A building with 6 floors would be enough. There were also commercial areas, workshops, production areas, hospitals, city halls, plantations, ecological parks, simulation systems, wizard academies, golem workshops, entertainment areas, and so on. According to the drawings designed by Su Luan, such a floating city could live up to 70 to 100,000 people. 50,000 people could live there even after reproduction. He did not want to have a population expansion problem in a short period of time. A floating city of this level was already very large. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the energy core of such a floating city was the mice energy core. Elemental fission could only support a floating city of 10,000 people. Only elemental fusion and the mice energy core could support a floating city of 100,000 people. Every time the floating city expanded a little, the energy consumed would increase by a lot. Just like a city of 10,000 people and 100,000 people, although the area only increased by a few times, the energy consumed increased by hundreds or thousands of times. In the Arcane Empire, there were super floating cities that could accommodate more than 300,000 people. The energy core in them was more than one mice energy core. Floating cities of that level were frighteningly powerful. But these were things for the future. The Tower of the North Wind was not even a floating tower, and it was even further away from a floating city. Now, they could only seize the time to climb the technology tree and cultivate talents. In a floating city, at least a few legendary wizards and high-ranking legendaries were needed. Su Len stood quietly on the balcony and watched everything. After a while, he turned around and returned to his room. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Su Len got up from the slender arms and legs of Chrissy and his two personal maids. He washed up briefly, woke Chrissy up, and went to the underground world. When they arrived in Crete again, the exploration team was already ready. In addition to Su Len and Chrissy, the exploration team also had a team of Grey Dwarf warriors and a team of drows. There were a total of 24 people in the team. When everyone was there, Su Len asked the miner who found the gold mine to lead the way. The underground world was rich in minerals. Minerals such as gold and adamantine were basically in the depths of the earth. After all, they were originally heavy, and it was difficult to mine adamantine in the surface world. After a period of development, the roads around Crete had been repaired. Although they were not as flat and wide as North City, they were not bad. All of them had dark vision and were completely unaffected in such an environment. The group kept moving along the road. After about an hour, the road began to become rugged, and some underground creatures appeared around them. After discovering the group, they all hid. There were rugged rocks around the road, and there were many broken stones piled up in many places, which should have been caused by the last earthquake. The roads in the underground world were winding and rugged, and it was easy for people who were not familiar with them to get lost. Fortunately, both the Grey Dwarf and the drows were very familiar with the underground world. Su Len also recorded the route on his strategic map. Under the lead of the Grey Dwarf, the group soon came near a broken rock wall. There was a 3-meter-wide crack in the rock wall. It was dark inside the crack, which looked like a ferocious monster's mouth. After coming here, the Grey Dwarf became a little cautious. "Lord, this is the passage. After passing through this passage, you will reach the cave where the gold mine is." Chapter 459. Aten, take the drows to investigate. Be careful of the monsters here. Su Len looked at the crack in front of him and said, "Yes, sir." Aten nodded, then took a few drows and directly blended into the darkness. After entering the passage, because there was no fluorescent moss, the light was even dimmer, and the road was even more rugged. Many places could barely allow one person to pass through. And from time to time, some monster corpses could be seen along the way. Some of these monsters were ordinary beasts, and some were mutant creatures. But for these drows, there was basically no difference. Aten was now a peak grade 4 drow, and the rest of the drows were also elites. It was not difficult to deal with these monsters. After walking in the narrow passage for about 15 minutes, as they went deeper into the underground space, the passage became wider and wider, and some fluorescent moss appeared in the passage again. "Sir, we found some traces of underground orcs here." Aten's figure emerged from the shadows. As a ranger, Aten had a good tracking ability. There was not much difference between the underground orcs and the surface orcs. Just like the surface dwarves and grey dwarves, they were cousins, but closer. The underground orcs were stronger than the surface orcs. The general radiation in the underground world had caused some mutations in their bodies. Their bodies had become stronger, and their height had reached 2-3 meters. But because of the radiation, they were more ferocious and brutal than their cousins. These underground orcs did not produce anything. They relied on plundering to survive. They were intelligent creatures that ate humans. They were also notorious in the underground world. The underground orcs almost had the combat power of a knight when they reached adulthood. They generally operated in small groups. The underground orcs were not laborers for free. They had a physique of 2-3 meters and were very powerful. They were very good candidates for mining or building roads. As for their violent personalities, the traditional training skills of the drows would teach them to work hard. If they really could not do it, they could be thrown to Chrissy. The little succubus's enchantment could even control the Tauren, let alone these orcs. Don't worry about them for now. Finding the gold mine is more important. Sulen scanned the strategic map and said, after finding the gold mine, we'll clean up the surrounding monsters. As for the orcs, we'll catch them as coolies. In just a few seconds, Sulen had decided the fate of these underground orcs. When they arrived here, the width of the passage was already about 10 meters. There were also several wide underground caverns connecting the passage. Some mushrooms and plants grew very luxuriantly in the caverns. The water vapor in the air was also relatively high. Obviously, there was an underground river in the surroundings. In the damp corners of the passage, there were many underground moss and underground mushrooms. Many of the plants here were poisonous. Because of the radiation environment, there were many special magical plants growing in the underground world. Every once in a while, the wizards of the Northern Wind Tower would come here to collect some magic herbs. The potions produced by the Northwind Tower were very popular in the northern lands, but the quantity was limited. The apprentices in the northern town were so busy that their feet barely touched the ground. They had to process large amounts of ingredients every day. During this period of time, the Northwind Tower had gained another 5 high-grade wizards. The production of potions had increased by quite a bit, but the supply still could not meet the demand. Creatures are approaching. A rustling sound came from the darkness. Sullen's footsteps stopped. Aiden immediately hid in the darkness with the other drows. Soon, there was the sound of a battle, followed by a scream. This scream was like a signal. Soon, the screams came one after another. A few minutes later, all the drows returned to the team. There were no wounds on their bodies, only a strong smell of blood and a faint murderous aura. Aiden bowed to Sulen and said, "Master, it's a group of claw horrors. They've all been wiped out." Sulen nodded and said, "Let's move on." The leading grey dwarf quickly stepped forward. When he passed by Aiden and the others, he subconsciously dodged to the side. It was obvious that he was afraid of these drows. After walking out of the passage, the group came to a huge underground cave. After arriving here, Sulen quickly saw some exposed ores. There were very few of them, and they did not seem to be of high quality. However, since there were ores here, it meant that there was indeed a vein of ore here. It was just that he was not sure what kind of ore this vein was. Sulen asked the grey dwarf next to him to collect some ores. Under the light of the torch, the ores shone with a golden light and looked shiny. As the pickaxe fell, gravel splashed everywhere. Soon, a grey dwarf dug out the ore and respectfully presented it to Sulen. The grey dwarf handed over a golden octahedral ore and said excitedly, "Master, this should be a piece of pyrite, also known as fool's gold." Sulen looked at the pyrite in front of him with some surprise. With this kind of metallic luster, it was really difficult to tell that this thing was pyrite and not gold ore. Pyrite was a kind of granular mineral with a golden luster. Its appearance was very similar to gold ore, so it was also known as fool's gold. In the face of this kind of metal, even some old miners were often fooled by it. Reaching out and picking up the pyrite, Sulen found that some of the metal particles were in a very regular cubic shape, as if they had been specially polished by humans. This was the difference between pyrite and gold ore. Seeing this fool's gold, Sulen was not angry. Instead, he was a little happy. There was a famous saying among the dwarves, "Fool's gold can only fool the fool, not the wise." Although this metal was not gold, it was the tracer of gold. When the dwarves were excavating all kinds of minerals, they found that fool's gold often appeared in the same area as gold. This meant that as long as fool's gold was found, there was a 70% chance of finding gold near the vein. Therefore, in the eyes of the experienced miners, as long as they found fool's gold, they could often follow the vine to find the melon. Now that Sulen and the others found pyrite here, it meant that there was indeed gold ore around, and that the grey dwarf was not lying. Since we found fool's gold, the real gold is not far away. Sulen threw the pyrite away and continued, "Let's go, hurry up and find the gold." Squeak, squeak, squeak. A chaotic sound like that of insects came from afar, and the faces of the grey dwarves changed. "Master, this is the cry of Nell beetles. They must have been alerted by the commotion when we were mining," Aiton said as he walked up. "Master, Nell beetles usually live in groups. Should we avoid them?" Aiton said as he looked around. Sulen shook his head and rejected Aiton's suggestion. What kind of joke was this? How could he reject a mount that had been delivered to his doorstep? Nell beetles were large beetles that had inherited the social life of insects. Usually, a nest of Nell beetles would have 50 of them. Under normal circumstances, Nell beetles would have a hard bright red carapace, and their defense would be very high. Without any preparation, even the grey dwarves and drows, who were experts in the underground world, would not dare to provoke them. The Nell beetle's 2 evil claws swayed in front of its 4 black round eyes and huge, jagged jaws. There was also a horny protrusion on its head that was similar to a trumpet. This protrusion would release a sound wave that could be used to attack or heal. A single Nell beetle had a challenge level of 10, but when the Nell beetles hid in large numbers, even a knight commander or a conferred knight would have to retreat. These monsters had an innate ability, earthquake. They could make use of sound waves to cause the ground to shake and deform. To Sulen, this ability made use of the resonance effect. There was no need for them to use a lot of strength. As long as the frequency of the sound waves was the same as that of the surrounding ground, they would be able to easily cause the ground to shake and deform. If there were a sufficient number of Nell beetles, they could even cause a small-scale earthquake. In the underground world, almost no one would take the initiative to provoke a group of Nell beetles. However, even though the Nell beetle was powerful, its intelligence was extremely low. It was almost no different from other insects. In fact, its intelligence was even lower than other insects. This situation made it possible for Nell beetles to be tamed. However, from the looks of it, there had not been any underground race that had successfully tamed them. "They're here." A flash of lightning flashed in Sulen's eyes. The moment he said that, the rocks on the ground suddenly bulged up. Then a huge creature with a red carapace that looked like a beetle with 4 legs appeared before everyone. It had 2 sharp pincers, a huge mouth filled with fangs, and a horn on its head. Its body was covered with a shackling carapace, and its diameter was over 1 meter. It looked very ferocious and terrifying. "Sir, be careful." The moment the Nell beetle appeared, Aiton blocked in front of Sulen. A sharp curved sword appeared in his hand, and he looked at the big guy in front of him with vigilance. "Chris, control them," Sulen ordered. Compared to the Magi's ability to control monsters, Chris's charm was more useful. After being strengthened, the effect of her charm talent was very powerful. Chris laughed delicately as a leather whip appeared in her hand. She tapped her toes lightly and leaped into the air. A pair of demonic wings appeared behind her back. Chris's figure gracefully streaked across the air. The leather whip in her hand carried a ball of lightning as it lashed at the Nell beetle. The lightning flashed through the beetle's body and the attacking Nell beetle's body suddenly stopped. Kelly didn't stop at all. She quickly flew backward and the whip in her hand lashed out at even more Nell beetles. Chapter 460. Painful Lash. Charm. Pleasure Whip. As Chris flew past them, all the Nell beetles became stiff. Streaks of pink light quickly spread from Chris's body and quickly enveloped the Nell beetles. A shocking charm power spread from Chris's body. Don't look at her. Aiton's expression changed drastically. He immediately closed his eyes and turned around. The drows and durgars around him also quickly turned around. Although Chrissy's charm wasn't targeted at them, it still had a very powerful effect on them. Whether it was Aiton, the drows, or the Grey Dwarves, none of them had the confidence to resist this ability. Only Sulen could resist Chris's shocking charm. As the pink light flashed past, the dozen Nell beetles below were instantly controlled by Hathaway. The 16 Nell beetles obediently formed a neat formation under Chris's command. Master, they're all under control. The little succubus Chris obediently landed beside Sulen and said. Only then did the durgars and drows around Sulen open their eyes in fear. They turned around and looked at Chris with eyes full of fear. How long had it been? In the blink of an eye, those troublesome Nell beetles were easily controlled by her. If the maid was so powerful, then how powerful was the master? At this moment, both the drows and the durgars had a deeper understanding of Sulen's powerful strength. Sulen affectionately reached out and patted Chris's head, encouraging her. The little maid had done well during this period of time. She needed to be caressed and praised. With over a dozen death Nell beetles, Suluen's group was able to move about more easily. The death Nell beetles were strong and had thick carapaces on their bodies. Their speed was not slow either. They looked like tanks. These Nell beetles had many other uses. Not only could they be used as mounts, but they could also be used to transport goods. The roads in the underground world were rugged, but the Nell beetles could move as if they were walking on flat ground. They could quickly transport goods and had many uses. If these Nell beetles were used to form a knight regiment, not many armies could stop their charge. Even if there were sturdy city walls, they would still collapse under the earth-quaking mountain. Sulen was already considering forming a knight regiment of Nell beetles to give it a try. With these Nell beetles as mounts, Sulen and the others moved much faster. Many of the monsters they encountered along the way avoided them when they saw the Nell beetles. Some stubborn ones were directly torn in half by the Nell beetles' ferocious pincers. My lord, I've explored this area when I came last time. There's a group of kobolds in this passage. There are about 1,000 of them, and there's even a dragon-born kobold warlock among them. There are some undead creatures in this passage. I was almost killed by the spirits there last time. The Grey Dwarf said with lingering fear. But those spirits and zombies can't leave this place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. The underground passage extended in all directions, and they encountered several forks along the way. Other than the underground orcs and kobolds, there were also some minotaurs living here. However, there were not many minotaurs, only about 30 of them. There were no cities of Grey Dwarves or drows. Although the drows were said to be the strongest race in the underground world, they did not control much territory. These drows were fond of infighting, and there were more than 10 families in each city. If they wanted to expand, they would need the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, to give an oracle. In a remote underground world like this, there were basically no drows in the city. My lord, the gold mine is just ahead. We'll be there once we get out of this passage. The Grey Dwarf said excitedly. Sulen nodded. As long as it's true, your reward will be given as soon as we return. Thank you very much for your generosity, my lord. I'm willing to serve you until death do us part. The Grey Dwarf immediately patted his chest to express his sincerity. Soon, the group walked out of the passage. At the end of the passage was a huge underground cave. After arriving here, Sulen found that there were many pale gold ores scattered on the ground. This vein was mainly chalcopyrite, and there were also gold ores. Adamantine and gold ores were buried here together. Sulen picked up a piece of ore and examined it. He found that the copper content of the ore was relatively high, and it was a high-grade ore. In addition to the gold ores, there were also some silver ores, but there were not many of them. The area of the vein in front of them was very large. Although he did not carefully observe the vein, it was obvious that it was a large comprehensive vein. There were not only gold ores here, but also many other ores. However, the Great Dwarf would need to explore in detail to know how many ores there were. However, there was one more thing that needed to be done before the exploration, and that was to clear out all the monsters around the vein. Sullen's group was quickly discovered. After all, more than a dozen Nell beetles were too conspicuous. However, what made Sulen feel strange was that there were more than one race of monsters secretly watching them. This was a little strange. In the underworld, unless one race had enslaved another race, this kind of situation rarely happened. However, this did not matter. Even if they all joined forces, they would not be able to do anything. Not long after, just as the Grey Dwarves were collecting ores, the monsters in the vein slowly approached in the dark and quickly surrounded them. After confirming that Sullen's group was surrounded, the monsters showed themselves. There were kobolds, underworld orcs, bugbears, and minotaurs. In total, there were a few hundred of them. What surprised Sulen even more was that these monsters of different races were not chaotic at all. These monsters were all wielding weapons and wearing armor. Although they looked a little crude, they were all metal weapons. Although the underworld was rich in mineral resources, there were not many races that knew how to smelt metal. This army of a few hundred was actually equipped with armor. It looks like these people don't welcome us. Sulen looked at these monsters in front of him. His eyes kept scanning them as if he was looking for something. At this moment, Sulen suddenly saw a sphere with a diameter of about 6 feet from the corner of his eye. He immediately turned around. Behind these monsters, a large meatball was floating in midair. This meatball had a ferocious bloody mouth filled with sharp teeth. In the middle of the meatball was an eye that took up 1/3 of the entire meatball. In addition to this eye, there were more than 10 small eyes that were connected to each other extending out from the top of the meatball. After seeing these ferocious and deformed creatures, Sulen immediately knew the name of these monsters, Beholder. These horrifying and deformed creatures were first born in the astral plane. It was said that their ancestor was a powerful creature that was comparable to the gods. Beholder was a monster that existed widely in the multiverse. They were best at mind control. And Beholder had a large army. In this aspect, perhaps only the Mind Flayers were better than them. Beholder was a ferocious, violent, and evil creature. They were born with strong psionic powers and could use this ability to enslave other races. It was obvious that this mine had been occupied by the Beholder. The armor and weapons on these monsters were also forged under the command of the Beholder. Looks like they're treating us as fat sheep. Seeing so many monsters surrounding them, Sulen was not nervous at all. Chris, command these Nell beetles to charge. Chris's eyes moved and said softly, "Yes, Master." Although the Beholder controlled a large number of monsters, after controlling so many monsters, it could not perform precise operations. Although the army of a few hundred people was large in number, as they continued to move forward, the formation became loose. Seeing such a flaw, Chris naturally would not let go of it. After going through a few battles, Chris's commanding experience was obviously much better. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she immediately ordered 16 Nell beetles to attack. More than a dozen behemoths, each weighing 1 to 2 tons, rushed over. That earth-shattering aura was terrifying, but the monsters did not react. These monsters were all controlled by the Beholder. They basically did not have self-awareness, so naturally, they would not be afraid. However, could they block the charge of the Nell beetles just because they were not afraid? The answer was that it was impossible. The dozen Nell beetles were like a dozen heavy tanks as they crashed into the army of Beholder. As soon as they made contact, the armored underground orcs were sent flying without any chance to retaliate. How strong was the impact of the Nell beetles that weighed over a ton when charging at full speed? The armor of the orc that was sent flying was immediately deformed. There was even a dent where he was hit. The huge impact penetrated his armor and acted on his body. Blood and pieces of his organs kept flowing out of his mouth. It was obvious that this orc could not be saved. The Nell beetles were like bulldozers that charged into the enemy's formation. Wherever they went, the enemies were either sent flying or torn in half by their ferocious pincers. There was no enemy at all. This beholder probably had not commanded a large-scale battle before. It completely did not realize how destructive the Nell beetles were to such a loose formation. The ground shook. The Nell beetle's 10 legs quickly tapped the ground while it was charging, and a special sound wave spread out. In the next second, there was a rumbling sound, and the ground around it shook violently like waves. The surrounding orcs, minotaurs, and kobolds fell down instantly, and the original encirclement had a large gap. Chapter 461. More than a dozen Nell beetles launched earthquake at the same time, causing the surrounding ground to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. After the enemies fell, the dozen Nell beetles didn't slow down at all and continued to charge towards the beholder. Seeing this situation, the huge eye-devil let out a furious roar. The monsters under its control sped up and charged forward. At the same time, 6 purple rays shot towards the few Nell beetles that were charging at the front. Charm monster. The 6 Nell beetles that were hit stopped and even their bodies began to tremble. Not good, the beholder is fighting with me for control of the Nell beetles. Chris's expression changed slightly. As the 6 Nell beetles stopped, the beholder once again shot out 6 purple rays. The Nell beetles that had just circled around from both sides were instantly hit by the rays. The charging Nell beetles were instantly petrified into 6 lifelike stone statues. It's not a beholder, it's a broodmother's eye. Sulen instantly reacted. The beholder and the broodmother's eye were almost identical in appearance. The only difference was that the broodmother's eye was much bigger than the beholder. However, it was Sulen's first time seeing a beholder and he was a little far away. He didn't have a clear and accurate understanding of the beholder's body. He originally thought it was just an ordinary beholder. He didn't expect it to be a broodmother's eye. The broodmother's eye was the final form of the beholder. As for the more powerful ordinary beholder, it was basically impossible due to the bloodline. The broodmother's eye was also a legend rank monster. Its ability was far superior to ordinary beholders. Compared to ordinary beholders that could only shoot 1 ray, the broodmother's eye could shoot 6 rays at once. Moreover, the broodmother's eye could shoot 10 kinds of rays. These 10 kinds of rays included charm humans, charm monsters, disintegrate, fear, finger of death, petrification ray, damage ray, hypnosis ray, slow ray, and telekinesis ray. Its spellcasting level was equivalent to that of a level 20 spellcaster. It was completely a legendary warlock. Against such a legendary monster, relying solely on the Nell beetles would be a waste of time. Ordinary beholder's challenge level was around level 10. However, the broodmother's eye would require a complete team of level 16 adventurers. Chris, focus on controlling the Nell beetles to deal with the surrounding monsters. Leave the broodmother's eye to me. Sulen's body flashed with lightning and the storm war halberd appeared in his hand. After a brief explanation, he disappeared with a flash of light. Alternate space travel. Sulen's figure instantly entered a grotesque world. In the next second, he appeared beside the broodmother's eye. As soon as he appeared, the storm battle halberd in his hand smashed down on the broodmother. Fear. The broodmother's eye instantly fired an eye beam at Sulen, but this time, the spell did not have any effect. Sulen's strong will and iron will allowed him to pass through the fear spell. The storm war halberd didn't slow down at all as it ruthlessly slashed at the broodmother's eye. The energy barrier around the broodmother's eye only lasted for a second before it shattered with a loud bang. The storm war halberd had left a deep wound on its body. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk the tentacles on the broodmother's eye wriggled and made a sizzling sound. Then, the broodmother's eye instantly opened its ferocious mouth and bit at Sulen. It looked like it was going to swallow him whole. "You want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" Sulen curled his lips and instantly dodged to the side. Finger of death. 6 inches before it could steady itself, 6 consecutive purple beams instantly shot out from its eyes. 6 beams filled with the aura of death instantly hit Sulen. However, the broodmother's eye was disappointed. With Sulen's current physical fitness, the success rate of this kind of instant death spell was too low. Even if it was 6 consecutive beams, he could still easily withstand them. The only damage that could be done to him was the negative energy. In fact, divine creatures were immune to instant death spells. Although Sulen's divinity hadn't reached the level of a demigod, he was already a divine creature. Instant death spells had no effect on him. Seeing that Sulen didn't react after the finger of death hit, the broodmother's eye suddenly flew to the side, trying to distance itself from Sulen. However, how could Sulen let it have its way? His figure flashed as he chased after it. Disintegrate. 6-inch 6 red rays instantly flew towards Sulen. At the moment when they hit, a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body and formed a thunder shield, shrouding his body. The 6 disintegrate beams hit the surface of the thunder shield. The thunder shield flickered a few times before it shattered into countless lightning bolts. The disintegrate beams were also directly neutralized. Sulen didn't receive any damage. Sulen was also prepared for the broodmother's eye's attack. Power of thunder. Dazzling lightning instantly bloomed on Sulen's body. The powerful force of thunder constantly attacked the broodmother's eye under his control. The broodmother's tentacles were quickly electrocuted into black charcoal. Ah! A mournful scream was heard. Although the broodmother's eye kept releasing spells to resist, they were all destroyed by Sulen's powerful thunder. In the next moment, its huge body was hit by the thunder. A wave of pain and numbness made its body twitch continuously. Its huge body was paralyzed at this moment. Thunder explosion. A bolt of thunder as thick as a bucket instantly hit the broodmother's eye. The broodmother's eye's huge body was directly engulfed by the thunder. The broodmother's eye's body flickered with electric sparks. The original tentacles were also twisted and twitching. The pain and numbness from its body made it unable to resist. After Sulen reached the advanced legendary rank, his control of the Thunder Domain had become stronger. Even if he didn't activate the Thunder Domain, he could still use its power. Now, his normal attacks were infused with the power of the Thunder Domain. Although the broodmother's eye in front of him had reached the legendary rank, it was completely no match for Sulen. The spellcasting ability it was so proud of couldn't exert any power in the face of Sulen. Although they were both at the legendary rank, there was a huge gap between an ordinary legendary and an advanced legendary. Moreover, Sulen had mastered the power of the Thunder Domain. The broodmother's eye couldn't resist him at all. Thunder Spear. A pale golden power of thunder instantly appeared in Sulen's hand. Then, it formed a spear made completely of thunder and lightning. It was also mixed with a trace of the power of the rules. As soon as the thunder spear took shape, a hair-raising feeling appeared on everyone on the battlefield. It was as if they were facing their natural enemy in an instant. Apart from purification, the power of the rules of thunder and lightning also had some power of judgment. This power was effective against almost everyone. Sulen immediately locked onto the broodmother's eye with his perception. Then, with a roar, he threw the thunder spear at it. A terrifying bolt of thunder directly streaked across the sky. At this moment, the entire underground cave was illuminated. The surrounding elemental energy seemed to be attracted by the thunder spear. It was as if the surrounding elemental energy was gathering towards the thunder spear. Golden lightning streaked across the sky. The spacious underground cave was instantly dyed golden by the lightning. Ah! The broodmother's eye's huge body was instantly pierced by the thunder spear. A hole with a diameter of 50 centimeters appeared in the center of its body. A large amount of flesh and blood was instantly reduced to ashes. Su-len deliberately avoided the broodmother's eyes. One had to know that the most valuable thing on this monster's body was its eye. If the eye was destroyed, the value of the broodmother's eye would be reduced by 90%. After the thunder spear was thrown, the broodmother's eye let out a cry of horror. It activated all of its psionic defensive force fields. However, under the effect of the thunder spear, the psionic defensive force fields shattered into countless pieces like glass. It couldn't withstand the impact of the thunder spear at all. The next moment, a terrifying hole appeared in its huge body. Its entire body was directly pierced by the thunder spear. Bang! The broodmother's eye's huge body fell to the ground like a small hill. Blood spurted out. Although it looked very miserable, the broodmother's eye was still alive. Its powerful life force was quickly draining away, and it could only struggle at death's door. Su-len didn't give it a chance to recover. His body flashed and appeared directly above the broodmother's eye. The storm battle halberd in his hands suddenly flashed with dazzling lightning. Then, he ruthlessly pierced the broodmother's eye's brain. The sharp storm battle halberd pierced the broodmother's eye's skin and mercilessly pierced its brain. The powerful lightning energy completely turned its brain into a pile of paste. After receiving another fatal blow, the broodmother's eye finally couldn't take it anymore. Its powerful life force disappeared in an instant. Its huge body collapsed with a loud bang. Only the tentacles were still trembling slightly. This was the reaction of the nerves in its body after being stimulated by the lightning. A high-quality magic gem appeared in Sullen's hand. Then, a powerful energy surged from his body. The magic gem instantly flew up and bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. Soul extraction. Confinement. Soul binding. Spell maximization plus magic gem. 3 consecutive spells were cast by Su-len. The soul of the broodmother's eye that had just died was instantly extracted from its corpse. The ferocious and terrifying soul struggled to escape. However, when it was alive, it wasn't a match for Su-len. Now that it was dead, it was even worse. Chapter 462. Chains of lightning flew out from Sullen's body and wrapped around the soul of the broodmother's eye as soon as they appeared. The lightning chains had a golden glow on them, which was the embodiment of the divine power in Sullen's body. The soul of the broodmother's eye, which was struggling to escape, suddenly lost its ability to move. This ferocious soul was slowly pulled towards the magic gem in the air by the lightning chains. Boom! The lightning dissipated, and the originally pure magic gem turned into a soul stone that flickered with purple light. After the spell was cast, the soul stone fell from the air. Su-len reached out and caught the gem. After looking at it for a while, a legendary soul stone was in his hands. Next, Su-len did not let go of the corpse of the broodmother's eye, which was like a mountain of flesh, and directly stored it in his storage space. The broodmother's eye was very rare in the multiverse. Its eye was a very precious magic material. If the craftsmanship was good, it was more than enough to make a legendary item. How could he let go of such a material? At the same time, the moment the broodmother's eye was killed by Su-len, the army of monsters that were besieging Crazy and the others immediately stopped attacking, and all of them fainted on the ground. Hundreds of kobolds, bugbears, underground orcs, and minotaurs all fainted. These monsters that were originally controlled by the broodmother's eye were also freed at this moment. Seeing this, the grey dwarves and drows heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they tied up these monsters with ropes. Those with light injuries were left behind, while those with heavy injuries were killed with a single slash. Crazy, on the other hand, had the Nell beetles under control again. As for the remaining 6 petrified Nell beetles, Su-len had to cast a spell to get rid of them. The effect of the petrification spell was very powerful. This spell first appeared on the Medusa, who was also an ancient abomination monster. It was said that this monster had the bloodline of the gods. Many petrification spells in the multiverse originated from her. After the successful casting of the petrification spell, it did not directly turn a person into a stone statue. In fact, the stone statue was only the effect of the spell. As long as the petrification spell was removed within an hour, the petrified person would recover. Of course, the prerequisite was that the stone statue had to be intact. Once the stone statue showed signs of missing an arm or a leg, the person would also lose an arm or a leg after the petrification was removed. Moreover, the petrification spell had to be removed within an hour. Once the time limit was exceeded, the stone statue that was originally the effect of the petrification spell would become a real stone statue. After the petrification spell was removed, the beetles that had turned into stone statues, Su-Len had turned into stone. Su-Len clenched his fists. The rocks on the ground were crushed by his grip. His whole body was sweating profusely. After a while, this feeling gradually subsided. Finally, all the pain disappeared, and a gentle energy began to nourish his body. His whole body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. After a few minutes, this feeling completely subsided. Su-Len opened his eyes. Feeling the dirt on his body, Su-Len used cleanse to clean his body. After that, he sat down and checked his attribute panel. Advanced Iron Bone, after a long period of training, your body has become stronger. Normal attacks will cause less damage to you. Your defense will increase by 30%. Attacks with less than 15 points will not cause you any damage. After looking at the Advanced Iron Bone skill, Su-Len did not level it up to Legendary. He needed his body to adapt to it before leveling it up. Therefore, Su-Len planned to level it up after returning to Northern Town. After completing the leveling up, Su-Len opened his inventory. There were 2 platinum treasure chests sitting there quietly. After taking a deep breath, Su-Len chose to open the treasure chests. A beautiful sound and light effect flashed, and the system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a mysterious item, Qilin Horn. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained an item, Blood Essence Stone. After hearing the system's voice, Sullen's face instantly flashed with joy. Then, he immediately took out the item that looked like a horn from his inventory. This Qilin horn was light gold in color. It was very hard and heavy to the hand. It was also covered in other energy. Su-Len was still worrying about where to get this Qilin horn. He did not expect to get one from opening the treasure chest this time. Su-Len was not clear about the other uses of the Qilin horn. However, the wonder blueprint that he had obtained said that the Qilin Pavilion needed this item to be built. Although the Qilin Pavilion's function was simple, it was very useful. It could improve the physical fitness of the horses and mounts in the territory. It could even make normal mounts mutate. Su-Len was not clear about the effect. However, according to the characteristics of the wonder building, the effect should be very good. The other materials to build the Qilin Pavilion were not too rare. A portion of them could be found in the northern city. The other portion could also be bought with money. The most important item, the Qilin horn, was already available. When he returned, he would also build this wonder building. After putting away the Qilin horn, Su-Len took out the Blood Essence Stone. The Blood Essence Stone was a red stone the size of an egg. Its surface was smooth, and it flickered with specks of light. It looked very beautiful. He opened the system and began to check the Blood Essence Stone's attributes. Blood Essence Stone, this is a mysterious stone. It has a special magical power. Wearing this stone can increase the host's HP recovery speed and increase the host's maximum HP. It can also be used to make some items. After seeing the Blood Essence Stone's attributes, Su-Len curled his lips. This stone was basically useless to him. After he had legendary regeneration, his HP recovery speed was very fast. He basically did not need this stone. However, after seeing that the Blood Essence Stone could be used to make magic items, Su-Len decided to keep it. He would give it to Hathaway when he returned and let her do as she saw fit. After putting away these things, Sulen began to look at the 2 life gems in the storage space. These 2 gems were filled with life energy. They were light green and full of vitality. These magical gems were very rare. They had a magical effect, which was to increase one's HP. The life energy contained in the life gems was very rich and could be easily absorbed. At the same time, these gems were very important to druids. A life gem like this could increase one's lifespan by 15 years. For many nobles, this was almost impossible to refuse. As soon as these 2 life gems appeared, they would be immediately snatched up by others. However, these gems were very beneficial to druids. They could increase the success rate of a druid's advancement. After putting away the gems, Sulen stood up. This time, the harvest had been checked. Now, it was time to deal with the gold mine. After defeating the Eye of the Nest Mother, Sulen had obtained a large number of captives. Now, he needed a large amount of labor to develop the mine. Sulen planned to make these captives miners. At the same time, some of the slaves would be used to build the passage between here and Crete. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.